All right, let's go ahead and get the ball rolling here, and we'll see where it takes us. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom, and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is a Snort Report brought to you by SNORTBUCKS Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no chewing the fat with GTG today. You know, it's a thing. We are literally in the last we're on the last two broadcasts, I should say, for March, and then we go ahead and move on to April. That's a thing. That's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go ahead and get the ball rolling. As you guys know, I should break this up, but we'll just go ahead and stick with it. The next broadcast will just be really short, but I might have some updates and some stuff to run by you, so that won't be a bad thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this video will consist of 5 videos that will make up our broadcast, all brought to us by Burnell, DSP, and that's pretty much that. So let me go ahead and get this going, and I'll see you guys in just a second. Here we go.
Play the game!
Warn everyone. Warning, what you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
One can only hope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the first of 5 videos that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. First video, let's see here. Exterminated Gout in Call of Gouty. $34 slow night. In all my life, I've rocked back and forth. There's a song. There's a song that should go along with that too. If I had a little bit more foresight, I would have probably thought about it. Anywho, this video was published on March 25th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Because why wouldn't it? Here we go.
What? How did he fire when he had his hands on the ladder? I purposely waited to stab him if he was coming up the ladder. He fired when he was on the ladder. So it means this match is laggy as fuck. That's all it means. My first match of the night is laggy as fuck. There's nothing I can do about that.
Stop. He was firing. First off, he was coming off of the ladder when that happened, and I think in certain situations you can perform an action while climbing. So I don't know where he's reaching on that, but that's all. This is just one big ass reach. But let's go back to the replay, our gouty replay, if you will, the snort of the tape.
What? How did he fire
his
when he had
foot was on the top of the ladder, coming up and off, and he shot him. It gave. I mean, the game allowed him to do so, so he did it. It's like so, but Phil blames that on lag. Wow, amazing! And that's another thing too that I hope a lot of people appreciate when you watch his Call of Duty footage, as horrifying as that shit is that either he is slow, either he's slow, or he's lying to himself to cut. Well, he's definitely slow, but I mean, there's levels of being slow. Either, how do I word this? Okay, so let me do this with an example. So if you guys watch Wings, which I'm actually going to start jumping back on that because there's some interesting stuff going on over there in the land of Wendy's chili. Jordy has no problem with telling people that my reactions and reflexes are pretty much gone. Like how I perceive the game, or how he perceives the game, I should say, and how he's able to react to it is gone. Like that natural reaction or those reflexes or his response time is just gone. He can't do it anymore. You know what I'm saying? For various reasons. And he accepts that. You know what I'm saying? So bullshit about game lag or connection or anything, those are not things that you commonly hear come out of his mouth because it's just not worth it. He's lying to himself at that point. With DSP, clearly he's just slow. Street Fighter is getting worse and worse by the day, which is the reason why he's out scrub hunting, essentially. That's what it's really come down to now. We're scrub hunting lobbies to try to keep ourselves relevant. Call of Duty is done. I mean, he was never anything about anything in Call of Duty anyway, or any first-person shooter. But certainly with Call of Duty, he was never nothing. And what little he may or may not have had back in the day is certainly long left him. The Snort Fort has been empty as it pertains to Call of Duty for a very, very long time. Phil doesn't want to admit that because then it's going to turn the audience against him on why he keeps playing it. And why is he still playing this damn thing? I couldn't even tell you. But so he lies to himself and says, oh, it's lag, it's connection, it's all these things. All these things that Call of Duty has. Anybody who plays Call of Duty or watched it for any extensive period of time on stream, you know it's a thing. But it's not a thing to the extent that Darkside Phil makes it out to be. So clearly, he mentally isn't sharp enough to understand what's going on in front of him at times. He also is completely a toof when it comes to strategy, tactics, or anything of the sort. He has no tact to him whatsoever. He has no plan. A plan is foreign to him, if you will. So he has to compensate the best way he can. Just go in with general reflexes and reactions, which is the same thing he does with Call of Duty. The same thing he's always done with, not Call of Duty, with Street Fighter. The same thing he's always done with Street Fighter, which is why he was so limited back in the day. You don't think those FGC guys didn't see that shit back in those days? It's not a good way to play. And even if you wanted to make the argument that, well, he understands some type of hit strings and patterns and so on and so forth, it's still very minimalistic. It's still at the very basics. You know what I'm saying? It's just enough, if you will. Call of Duty is to the same level, if not worse, to be honest. So now you got to make up all these excuses. And now it's not just the fact that, sorry, I'm rambling a little bit here. It's not just the fact that he can't react to what he's seeing. It also comes down to the fact that mentally he's just not there. Like, he doesn't give a shit about any of this. So he's giving just the minimum amount, if you will, which is probably my whole point. He's giving just the minimum amount of effort, expecting for a big payoff. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, oink, oink. And nothing's coming from it. And then you go ahead and have someone who has no reactions, no reflexes, you know what I'm saying, who's literally falling apart in the physical realm. And you see why it is what it is. But think about it, though, real quick, and then let's move the fuck on. If he put even an iota of effort into this shit, as he does for the excuses to make up for his flaws, where do you think he would be? He wouldn't, I mean, he's not going to be a scump. He's not going to be a Dr. Disrespect. He's not going to be a Shroud or anything, right? But he may very well be at the very basic level of someone at entry level going into Call of Duty for the first time. He would at least have that. He would at least have a platform, if you will, to build off of. He's the proverbial person in the middle of the fucking ocean, flapping and flailing and shit, and People are trying to talk him down, trying to calm him down, and so they can go in there and get him. But he's so frantic that if anybody goes out there to get him, they're going to drown trying to save him. Same concept. And he's okay with drowning. He's okay with being in distress. He's okay with always having the quote unquote bad end of the stick, right? Because that's how he draws in. That's how he draws the pity bucks out. But what happens when all that money dries out? You can't sit there and call yourself a gamer and proverbially be bad at everything, you know what I'm saying, day in, day out. What's the point of all that? The point of gaming in general at the base level is to have a good time. You're not doing that. On top of having a good time, through trial and error, through what is general progression, you learn how to get better gradually. You're not doing that. But then you want to run around here and say, oh, well, I'm a variety streamer. Oh, I play a lot of games. I don't have a lot of time to play these games so often. So how do you expect me to be good at it? Then how the fuck do you have so much time to make excuses about shit? If that's really the case, if that's really the truth, if that's how you want to state your case, so be it. Let's play this game. Then is it not fair to say that people are just outright better than you? And it's not really about lag and input delay and all of that bullshit? You just got passed up. Oh, well, I'm not a one-trick pony. Okay, fair enough. Then why the fuck are you making a bunch of excuses? Why are you putting a bunch of emphasis on why you're so bad? Right? If you're not a one-trick pony, if you're a variety streamer, if you're not someone who can dedicate large amounts of time a week to playing one game. When he's ready to answer that, let me know.
He's on the ladder. I purposely waited to stab him as he's coming up the ladder. He fired when he was on the ladder, so it just means this match is laggy as fuck. That's all it means. My first match of the night is laggy as fuck. There's nothing I can do about that. The guy's firing while he's climbing. Fuck off.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
I get hit instantly, already dead. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? This is bullshit. No, I don't die that quickly. You fucking stupid fucking game. More bullshit! As soon as I saw him instantly dead, oh, fuck you. Fuck you, Treyarch, you dumb fucks. That's not fair or realistic. Again, are you fucking serious? That's 3 times in a row. 3 times in a fucking row.
Oniony, salty aftertaste.
Hey, let me see something really, really fast. Because I kind of want to say this guy got cherry-picked. Yeah, right here. This is where the guy killed him. I want to think he got cherry-picked here. But it might not be the same guy. There may be a second guy. There may be a second person in play, and I'm just not seeing it, because the rule of 2 in Call of Duty is that if everybody essentially travels in pairs, whether intentionally or not. So let's take a look here real fast.
Are you out of your fucking mind? This is bullshit. No, I don't die that quickly. You fucking stupid fucking game.
Okay, so he's killed by this guy here on the slope.
More bullshit. As soon as I saw
There's a second guy. Okay, never mind. But my rule of 2 still stands. That's the second guy.
Are you fucking serious? That's 3 times in a row.
Fine. So our boy Phil, sitting here bitching and complaining, gets killed going down as he's getting ready to go down into the ship. Gets killed by the first guy. There's a second guy back there who's following up his teammate. Phil's dumbass decides to run back to the same direction and ends up getting killed by him. Like I said, there's no tact to him. There's no strategy to any of this, which is really kind of the sad part, because in a lot of ways, and this is a reach by me, but everything's a reach, at least on my behalf anyway, is the way he plays video games is in a lot of ways how he conducts himself in life, to be honest with you. Like, life is just one big video game that he's constantly failing at. And maybe, which is the reason why the pig luck meme exists, but this right here kind of puts it all into perspective, as best I can. That he treats life like it's one giant game, and if he fucks up or if he fails or whatever the case may be, there's someone there to pass him another quarter. There's someone there with another healing potion. I mean, he needs a whole lot of healing though. But there's someone there with an extra life or some shit. There's someone there to resurrect his ass or whatever the case may be, and that's how he treats it. You know what I'm saying? It's funny how he runs around and calls people brain dead idiots just because they have an opposing opinion of him, right? But in actuality, he's truly the one that's delusional. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, you've built an empire. And I know this is really me giving him too much credit, but walk with me on this, because we need to go buy SNORTBUCKS anyway. I want to pick up I want to pick up another cappuccino. So I'm paying, so you might as well just go ahead and walk with me. But walk with me on this. Imagine you building an empire, right, over time, of failure, basically. But yet you were still able to drum up all this goodwill, right? You were able to drum up all these people who believed in your bullshit about you being the Joe Average gamer, the ultimate underdog, the one that people wrote off and people never appreciated you for what you were and never saw your talents for what they were. And you always were overlooked for promotions and all this bullshit. And even companies would invest thousands upon thousands of dollars into you for specialized training and so on and so forth, only to let you go 5 months later, which tells you something. That's something most people don't ever bring up, but he talks so much about that ACE certification. But then 5 months later, they let go of his ass. It's almost, ladies and gentlemen, as if, okay, let's put him into this training program, and this is his last fucking chance. And if nothing comes out of this, we gotta cut him loose. And that's what they did. They sent him the certification, and they gave him 5 months, and he still didn't produce. He was still as stagnant as he was before he went into that training program, and they decided to let him go. Which is ironic, because if you go back and listen to the lore, oh, I was heading up certain conferences, and I supposedly restructured their whole shipping program, and I made it much more efficient, and then they let me go 5 months later. Well, that's weird. Well, that's really, really, really weird. Why would that be a thing? How does something like that happen? Theories abound. In any case, you're given all these opportunities. You're given all these opportunities, right? And you've built this empire, if you will, and you really can't profit off of it from a mainstream point of view. You being able to bleed, not even a fan base, to bleed your cult is one thing. Your hardcore fan base, these zealots, that's really what they are. A lot of the people who, with a subgenre or a subcategory, if you will, within Phil's hardcore fan base, are just zealots. They're people who are so emotionally dependent on Phil that they will fuck themselves over socially and financially for him. Let me give you a really good example. Kiwi Farms, right? Nigel of UKIP. If you've ever read any of his posts, a bunch of interesting stuff. He has a I like his perspective on some things anyway. What Nigel does, as well as a few other people, I should say, who dig deep into the Gouty universe, who are brave enough to go into to try to find the deepest parts of the abyss and are lucky enough to come back, even though the abyss comes back with you when you do that. In a lot of ways, when people are exposed in Phil's fan base, it's starting to turn into, this is my perception, I've had this for a while, and I've talked to a lot of the people here at GTG Network and Productions about it, it's starting to turn into a rite of passage. A lot of those people are starting to wear that shit like a badge of fucking honor to some degree. Back in the day, if you got exposed like that, you disappeared. You know what I'm saying? You faded the fuck out. A lot of these dudes aren't necessarily doing that. They may be changing accounts, changing names. They have a bunch of sock accounts or whatever the case may be. But in a lot of ways, it's kind of looked at as like a badge of honor. It's almost being given what they call it, or what they used to call it, the king's touch, if you will. It's kind of like that. It's like being bestowed with the Gouty touch. That now you are permanently, whether you believe it or not, you're permanently chained, if you will, or let's reword that. You're now, you and Darkside Phil are tied together, and even he can't make that go away anymore. Because if you go back to like Blood of the Blood Gods, when Brightside Viking wanted to go ahead and wage war against Kiwi Farms, and all those people on the King of Hate forums ended up essentially, getting outed because of their affiliation with the forums, as well as with Darkside Phil in general. People were running scared, and that's understandable. You know what I'm saying? You don't want it. Under reasonable circumstances, you supporting somebody shouldn't have real negative consequences to you, so to speak. That's circumstantial, of course. But like, because you follow a shitty fucking Let's Player, you shouldn't be outed, right? But at the same time, there was a lot of people within that fan base who was speaking for the fan base. And that's the reason why they got targeted. Now, whether you think that's right or wrong is completely up to you. But that's essentially what happened. But at the same time, it's fair to say that there was a lot of people on those forums who were innocent and didn't do shit and still got outed. Right? And they understood what the fuck Phil was doing. Or even maybe they didn't. Maybe some of those people didn't understand the full gravity of what the situation was and just got and ended up getting it just because. It's hard to say. It's something that needs to be revisited, to be honest. Re-explored, if you will. But he's built this, but the point being is these people are permanently tied to Darkside Phil, DSP, Phil Burnell, right? They're locked in. They have really nowhere else to go. And whether it's on Kiwi Farms, on Reddit, on YouTube, on Encyclopedia Dramatica, on the lolcow wiki, like, the shit's got legs. Like, and the shit is far-reaching than any of you would ever expect, to be honest with you. They have nowhere else to go. They've kind of locked themselves in. They're lifers, if you will. The fact that DSP's infamy, because that's really what it is to the level it is now, and he can't profit off of it outside of this little cult that he has, shows how much of a failure he truly is. You can capitalize off people hating you in the exact same way as you can capitalize off people loving you. You know what I'm saying? It's a mutual benefit. You know what I'm saying? Love and hate is the exact same thing. It's just different energy. It's just a different wavelength, if you will. But it can all be capitalized on if that's what you're out there to do. This idiot runs around year after year telling people that he knows what he's doing. He's a businessman. He has a business degree. He runs his own business. He has for a number of years. He was successful, white hot popular on YouTube and all those fucking buzzwords, which aren't true, by the way. He was never popular. Just because you did it, just because you were one of the pioneers, and I think that's giving him too much credit, but I'll still say that to an extent. Just because you're a pioneer does not make you popular. Just because it starts with the same letter, Phil, doesn't mean that they both apply. With that being said, he's never been able to capitalize off anything outside of his general group, his viewership. That's it. All the sponsorships he's ever had, they've eventually failed. They've eventually left him, or he left that shit out in the dust. When it came down to crowdfunding, Patreon, for example, when he started that in 2016, where's the mention of any of that? That should have been something, whether he was making the transition from YouTube to Twitch or whatever the case may be. That Patreon should have always been a thing to be shouted out at any given time. But no, he wants to sit there and he wants his fucking tips. Why? People are still giving you money on Patreon. He's still collecting money on Patreon, whether they're auto renewals, or whatever the case may be. And maybe there are people, and I'm going to get ready to come full circle. so bear with me. So, people still give you money on that platform. So the platform's not useless to you. So if you see all these people, and Phil sees it because he's on Kiwi Farms every day, you see all these people in your hardcore fan base getting fucked over. You can't get anybody else that's in your fan base to really come out because none of them want to get outed, right? He doesn't utilize anything correctly. You have this very isolated empire, right? And you can't get any real mainstream type appeal because all people do is laugh at you and ridicule you because, well, to be honest with you, Phil, that's why you exist. You exist to be laughed at. I know that sounds brutal, but it's true. That's your existence. It always was like that, and it always will be like that. The only problem is it doesn't benefit you socially, and it doesn't benefit you economically, even though theoretically it does, economically speaking. Why aren't you pushing some of these avenues to give yourself better opportunities and allow your fan base to still support you, since this empire you have is literally corrupt from the inside out, and you'll never be able to get any widespread appeal. Look at what Dan's Gaming did Christmas of 2020. sat there and dropped 250, 500 gifted subs to him, and then it wasn't as bad as people make it sound. Some people, some good Samaritans brought it up to him on Twitter, and then he's immediately publicly apologizing for it and says, oh, well, if I could refund those subs back, I would. Now, granted, he wasn't going to. 2, Dan's Gaming has been around for a long ass fucking time. He knows who Darkside Phil is. And he knows about the shit that goes on around him. What he should have done is stood his ground. He's like, hey, yes, I gifted him 500 subs or 250 subs, whatever it was. It's the holidays. Dan does it every year. He does that for a bunch of smaller, well, he's not the only one. But a lot of the bigger streamers do that for smaller streamers. And if DSP's name came up in a random drawing or however it is that he picks those things, then so be it. And he should have been like, hey, it's for the holidays. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? His name popped up in my drawing or whatever the case may be. I gave it to him. Done. End of story. Instead, he backed off. He basically walked all that shit back and said, "Oh, I wasn't really sure. You know, I was just trying to, you know, be nice for the holidays. You know, I'm not this, that, and the third," and walked off. What does that tell you? Someone of his stature, right? And he has a lot of credibility. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he has a real legacy when it comes to YouTube and Twitch and YouTube to some extent. If he's willing to back the fuck up off of Darkside Phil for an act of kindness that he chose to do on his own accord, what does that say for the rest of these guys? Yet again, I'm thinking a lot of these people who are getting exposed, I don't think they think it's a bad thing. I think if nothing else, it shows in some warped sort of way, it shows their true loyalty and dedication to Darkside Phil. And I think that's what Darkside Phil wants, which is the reason why this whole bullshit with these verified with this whole verified shit on PayPal is such a thing. Because it's very possible that Phil's like, well, shit, if they're going to expose these guys on Kiwi Farms anyway, I might as well go ahead and have a hoof up on some of this shit too. So I can get a better look at what the fan base looks like and so on and so forth. It's no different than any other Twitch thought out here who decides to dig deep and find out what their fan base is doing. What was that chick's name? Vader. I remember It's a Gundam did a piece on that when all the nonsense around her was circulating. She actively, air quotes, behind the scenes, reverse looks up everybody who donates money, LinkedIn, Facebook, all that shit. She wants, and she even said it too. There's things that she looks for. What do you do for a living? What's your status? Are you married? Are you divorced? Are you single? Whatever the case may be. She looks up all that stuff. Why would a woman want to go that far, or why would anybody really want to go that far to do any of that, unless you're planning on blackmailing or you're trying to have something upon something above somebody or over somebody? That's the only reason why you would do that. And these aren't people that are trying to hurt her or do anything like that. These are people who willingly give her money day in, day out. So let's go ahead and apply that to Darkside Phil. Why the fuck would you want to sit there and try to get the information about people who give you money every day? Names that you've been shouting out for years. Now let's go ahead and finish up. When you look at the Darkside Phil empire and all of its, and for everything that it was worth, it never really was an empire. It was never really a movement. It wasn't anything. It was a piece of fucking garbage that needed people to acknowledge his existence because he failed at everything that he did. He never built anything, ladies and gentlemen. He never did anything on his own. He always needed people to help him. And whenever he failed, he blamed circumstances and then he blamed people. He never had anything else. And that's how he sloshed his way through life. So when you see games like Call of Duty, for example, it's just a virtual representation of what you see him do in real life every day. If you can't blame the circumstances, blame the people. Once the people turn on you, then you blame the people who, air quotes, are antagonizing those people and made them turn against you. That's all he's ever done. That's all he's nothing more than a lump of excuses. And he'll never be anything more than that. And he knows that. And he knows that. Which is even crazier because when you have people like, well, had people like Brightside Viking who were willing to fucking basically fuck themselves over financially as well as otherwise to try to help you, and then Phil stabbed him in the back to hold on to Twitch because he thought Twitch was gonna end up, because when all right, I'll try to be brief about this. You have people like Brightside Viking who was willing to sacrifice quite a bit to try to save Phil and stand up for him, and so on and so forth. Going on all those Sons of Kojima podcasts and shit and arguing and all that dumb shit, just completely making himself look fucking wild and out there for no goddamn reason. Then you decide to take the fight over Kiwi Farms, over there to Kiwi Farms, over this escort situation. And then you get so pissed off that you start threatening people over there on Kiwi Farms and whatnot. And then Kiwi Farms puts out the edict to Phil that, hey, denounce this guy and kick him out now, because if you don't, we're going to go ahead and start basically publicly executing everybody that's on your forums until you do. And Phil still stood behind Brightside Viking until reports started coming into Twitch on what was going on. And at and around this time, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Twitch was talking about implementing this initiative that anything that you do on their platform as a partner reflects off the platform as well. Let me reword that. Whatever you do outside of their platform reflects what you do on their platform, and they can basically administer discipline to you accordingly. It was being talked about around this time. I don't think it was implemented just yet, but it was talked about around this time. That's why he had to get rid of Brightside Viking. That's why he went ahead and served his ass up, and Brightside Viking got banned so Phil could save himself. You see how far people are willing to go for him and how quickly he will dispose of them? On top of the fact that Brightside Viking at this time, I believe, was in between jobs. So money wasn't as strong as it used to be. It wasn't free flowing in the way that it was known to be at other previously, I should say, in better times, if you will, which gave Phil even more pretense to get rid of him. Like, if you really think about it, let it all set in, how he looks at video games and treats video games is exactly how he chooses to live his life now. And it's the worst possible thing for anybody. You're almost 40. You're almost 40. And you're looking worse and worse by the year. Not just socially. I mean, physically, you're looking worse and worse. You're diminishing. You know what I'm saying? Your value, you have no value. Fuck you, Phil. You have no value. But your value of life is diminishing by the day now. Because you went ahead and put all your fucking rotten eggs into this online thing, into this online persona, into this online recognition, into this online lifestyle, that you have nothing to show for it offline. You can sit there and say whatever the fuck you want to say about Kat. She's damaged goods. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Don't at me. She's damaged goods. Jasper, same concept. He's damaged goods. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Don't at me. So what else do you have, Phil? You don't have any friends to speak of. Your parents are allegedly on death's door and have been since 2018. What else do you have? You're in your fucking gated community, which half of the members of your community have been doxxed, have been exposed. So, and those are actually really normal people. Those are people that you should be talking to. But whatever, that's a whole nother story for another day. What do you have? And that's the point of all that. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big ass ramble, but when you see better quality content creators, especially when just better quality people who enjoy video games, who really enjoy video games, right? And aren't forced to do this for money because they don't have any other prospects. And then you apply that to their lives or what little bit they've shared about their lives. It all goes hand in hand. And I think that right there should be applied to Darkside Phil in some way. But sorry about that. Let's go ahead and keep moving.
3 times in a fucking row.
Oniony, salty aftertaste in my mouth.
How did I instantly die? It never showed him fire his gun. It never showed his gun fire on my screen. I just went down. Instant death. No fucking animation at all. Jesus Christ, man. Bullshit! I had a shot on him, and it wouldn't hit him. He walked right through the bullets and took 0 damage. I was full auto. How the fuck did he step through that many bullets?
That guy cherry picked him. Because I think, if I'm correct, that's the same guy that he had that terrible aim at. It ended up fucking blasting Mommy Burnell's pasta sauce all over the goddamn place. Let's bring that back real fast. Is this it? Yeah, this might be it. Looks like the same reticle. Let's see here. All right, let's play off this and we'll go from there. Oop, wrong button. Yeah, that was like the same guy. Aim all over the fucking place.
Bullshit! I had a shot on him.
Oh, never mind. It's not the same guy. Because that dude ended up getting shot. Probably by a teammate or something. Never mind. Never mind.
Right through the bullets and took 0 damage. I was full auto. How the fuck did he step through that many bullets? Again, are you kidding me? As soon as I saw him, I fired, and it pretends like he doesn't eat any bullets. Enough of this garbage.
Yikes. Okay, he definitely got cherry picked by the same guy there. God damn, Phil. The rule of 2 is a thing. Okay, get shot up here. The guy jumps into the middle courtyard. Still comes up the stairs. That's him. God damn, Phil.
Come on. Now I'm angry. I just spawned immediately steps out and insta kills me.
Wow.
This is just pissing me off tonight. I'm having no fun because the game's fucking piece of shit right now. Lagging like crazy and fucking terrible fucking bullshit situations that shouldn't be happening. And I'm getting angry.
With this salt flavor. Ugh.
I couldn't kill him even though he was right in front of me and absorbing all my bullets. He won't die. Oh my god.
You made that look easy.
That was so pathetic. It really was.
That outcome was never in doubt.
They're constantly spawning behind me in entire parties, getting cheap kills. Then I spawn with them staring at me like this, going like this, insta killing. There it is. That's it right there. The multi-kill, the best play of the game is him standing on us as we spawn and he getting free kills. And that's the play of the game according to Fair.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
None of the bullets hit? Dude, he's standing right in front of me. The game's claiming none of those bullets hit. They couldn't miss. There's nowhere else they could go. They had to go into his body. The game says none of them hit. I mean, Jesus.
Someone asked, do I have any advice for someone who has hemorrhoids that won't go away? A full butt transfer. Try transferring your booty with someone who doesn't have them. See if someone will swap, a booty swap. Usually that works.
Nope, I shot him before he ever fired. I instantly died. Look at this. Here comes the game. No skill, no aiming, fucking quickscoping. Bullshit. It's bullshit. I shot him way before he hit me. Quickscope, insta-kill. Look at that! He's right in front of me. I go for a stab. The game chops up. And then he lets him get a kill. And then it shows him shooting me on fucking kill cam. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you out of your mind? That he was dead. He was 100% dead. The game froze up as I stabbed and gave him a kill. Do you understand why I'm complaining about this fucking piece of shit?
The game froze up as I was going to stab him. Even though it's very plain to see that the guy got the shot off on him beforehand. Wow. So, sniper rifles are lagged. Shotguns are lagged. Which is ironic because those are mostly one-shot kills. Jesus Christ, like I'm telling you, like it must be amazing to live like Phil for a day. Not in the way you would think. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, briefly. I will try to be very, very brief this time because that last time was fucking, I went off the goddamn rails. Imagine you going through your day hating everybody because you perceive that they have advantages that you don't. Not that you gave a shit about how they were able to obtain those advantages or what they had to do to work to develop those advantages or to gain those advantages. It's just because they have those advantages. So you hate them off the rip, off the muscle, with no preconceived notion on what that person had to go through to obtain it. You just hate them because they have it. That's Darkside Phil in a nutshell. And if you go back and go through the lore, you see that. It's very clear as day, especially with other YouTubers who had larger followings and who he perceived were making more money. He hated the hell out of those people. And those people never did anything to him. They never said anything to him. If you want to go back to his whole King of Hate moniker, the King of Hate only exists because he hates on people who hate on him. Well, what did PewDiePie ever do to you? What did iJustine ever do to you? What did Angry Joe ever do to you? What did Toby Turner ever do to you? What did Markiplier ever do to you? What did Ninja ever do to you? Those people never hated on him. He was hating on, and for anybody who wants to bring up the thing about PewDiePie's book, let me say that Phil was hating on PewDiePie long before PewDiePie even found out about what Phil said about his book and then decided to clap back at his ass. So that's a different story, but not that I'm here to defend PewDiePie, because I'm certainly not doing that. But just to put everything into context. Think about that. Just let that sink in for a minute.
This is valid gameplay, and this is supposed to be a competitive game. Competitive, where people play this online rank and act like it matters. The game is terrible. This is garbage. This is a fucking waste of my time. I need to quit out of this ranking so I can fucking go get a legit game again. Because the fucking
So then why are you playing it then? Think about what he said. This game right here is supposed to be a competitive game with an online ranking that people believe matter and whatnot. Then why the fuck are you playing it? It's a competitive game, is it not? Why are you playing it? If you want to play this shit casually and you don't give a shit, take that shit to free-for-all or something. He don't want to do that. He needs it. He needs to have people around him. He just needs to have people around him. He has too many codependency issues, even in video games. So fair enough, you can have that. But why are you playing it? Why are you forcing yourself to play this week in, week out? Matter of fact, if since he wants to talk about competitive games with rankings that people act like they give a shit that matters and it really don't, why the fuck are you continuing to play Street Fighter week in, week out? That's a competitive game, is it? And you took yourself out of the rankings, out of the ranking matchups, or out of ranked matchups, I should say, because you can't compete anymore, clearly, and whatnot. And all you do is beat up on scrubs every day, and then have the nerve to boast about beating up on scrubs in a competitive game that doesn't mean anything to anybody, especially at a 20-plus-year-old game. But he has the nerve to shit on people in Call of Duty. Keep that in mind.
Shut the fuck up. God damn. Oh my god.
Multiple enemy counter spy planes in your AO. Be locked down.
The skill base doesn't work. So I'm just gonna have to quit.
Losing Bravo.
He rage quit! He rage quit! Oh my god, he rage quit. Are you fucking serious?
I'm just gonna have to quit like 3-4 times and then we'll get a good match. And then I die instantly.
Whoa, that guy quit. That guy rage quit. He said fuck this and he rage quit the game. He actually rage quit the game.
Instantly. Even though I'm lined up, I fire him first, I die instantly. Nope. Fuck you, Treyarch. Fuck you. We'll do it again. Nope. As soon as I saw it happen, it's exactly the same thing as last time. Fuck you, I'm out of here. Garbage.
My mouth is full of salt.
Yes. Completely lined up. Aim, fire. Hit him first, die instantly. No. Fuck you. God damn, they fucking... It's impossible how they can make this much money and people put up with it and they fucking get away with it every year. They sell so many copies of this game every year. They have never improved the servers. It's the same shit every year. The gameplay is good.
That's ironic because if you think it, let's apply that right there to Darkside Phil's business plan, to his empire, his gouty empire, if you will. People donate money to him year in, year out, hoping to help him get into a better position so he can actually improve himself and his setup so they could have a better quality of entertainment, right? And he never does it. But yeah, this ass clown has the nerve to shit on publishers and developers who essentially do the exact same thing. Make promises that they can't come through on, basically repackage the same bullshit from the year prior and try to present it to you like it's new and it's exciting. Remember? New, exciting, different, fills buzzwords, right? And you get stuck with the same shit. Usually 3 to 6 months after it comes out. You come to the realization that, oh, we're back into the same snouty, gouty cycle of the same bullshit year in, year out. Phil asks us for all this money, promises that he'll make changes eventually once he gets out of this rut, and eventually gets all this money, but oh, that money had to be diverted to some mystery shit that eventually comes out next year, and now we have to contribute to that. And then once he's over that hump, then we go back to the year prior problems and we have to keep working on that. And then the next year, it's a whole new set of bullshit, while still running back to the old shit from like 2 or 3 games prior. You see what I'm saying? Same shit. The lack of self-awareness is fucking amazing, bruh. Amazing. And he has the nerve to say people don't have a right to criticize him because he's doing the best that he can, and it's not his fault that life keeps punching him in the fucking face. Really? 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 No.
Struggle to get a good connection, a good match. Why do I have to fight to get a connection that doesn't lag to shit? Why? Why can't I just play the game and have fun?
$21 in tips so far.
And remember,
Guys, I
ladies and
really
gentlemen,
appreciate
he's a mature adult with a business degree. Defiant sniff.
We could make some tips tonight. Alright, if you can support the stream, if you like it, I apologize. I'm raging tonight because the connections are just bad. You know, I'm just being honest with you. I'm not going to sit here and, I am not going to, sugarcoat it. Alright, I'm just not going to. So anyway, yes, if you guys can support the stream tonight, I really appreciate it. As you can see, we're almost halfway through the stream and pretty damn slow. I really need the help right now because 2 days, my day off. So I'd appreciate any kind of support tonight if you could, if you like the stream. And again, I have to apologize for raging at the game.
See, there's a level of irony in this. And I've been talking about this for a while. A lot of detractors have, actually. One day, ladies and gentlemen, this guy's going to fall onto a calamity. He's going to get into a position where he's not going to be able to do what he's doing. And then what? Let's explore this briefly. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that this idiot gets sick. Imagine if he gets kicked off of Twitch. Imagine if YouTube deletes all of his channels. Imagine if Catherine has to go to the hospital for months on end for whatever. God forbid. I'm not wishing any of that on him, to be honest. But I'm certainly not wishing anything bad on Catherine. But just imagine if any of those situations actually were to happen, were to come about. What the fuck is he gonna do? He bitching and complaining right now about what money that he's able to drum up, saying that it's not enough, and you guys gotta be even more supportive for, you know, my days off and all this, that, and the third, right? But what ends up happening, and he's still roughly catching his little $200 a day more often than not. Remember, the title said that he only made $34, but he probably still made the $100 in the earlier stream. He's bitching and complaining about his $200 a day. What happens if that shit dips? What happens if people just decide to support him with just bits and subs and they stop tipping altogether? What happens if people maybe decide to go to Patreon for whatever reason and start supporting that? And they're like, hey, Phil, we're not going to tip you no more. Going back to my earlier analogy about the Gouty Empire and don't wanting to get exposed because they support him on Twitch. Or, well, tipping him on Twitch. What if they decide to go that route? What happens then? Because this guy bitches and complains to us day in, day out about how he's barely making his bills, he barely has any money, he can't, Jesus Christ, the way he makes it sound like Jasper, week in, week out, is teetering on the cuffs of starvation. Well, what happens if any of these frail little threads that holds this bullshit together ends up breaking? Then what, ladies and gentlemen? And this isn't a new concept. This is something I've talked about before. Plenty of people have talked about before. But what happens when it actually happens? Then what? Then how will he justify the behavior he's exhibiting right now when that happens, if that happens, then what? Something to think about.
Lags like fuck and it's giving me issues tonight. I'm gonna try to turn it around if I can. I swear I'll try. Yes, jump. Go ahead, jump. That's hilarious. You're like, oh, it's bots. Bots don't jump. Bots would never jump like a kangaroo. You understand that, right? Oh! You understand that, right? A bot would never jump like a fucking idiot. Wolverine figure, thanks for the cheers. Are my hot takes on Twitter an attempt to branch out of gameplay into controversial topics? No. It's just me saying shit. By the way, I'm fucking Apocalypse again? No. No. I said I don't want to fucking play Apocalypse. The map sucks.
He quit. He rage quit. Did you see that? He quit the lobby.
No, it's my Twitter. I have a right to say what the fuck I want on it. If I have a thought about something, if I want to get something off my chest, I have a put opinion about something, I want to sit here and wait for a stream to talk about it, I can tweet about it. That's called freedom of speech.
Now, there's a level of irony in all of that, of course. Not because people shit on him on his, well, not shit on him. Let's be generous about this. People who criticize him or critique him, if you will, on his streams about how he's doing things, and they get banned. So then when they come on Twitter and they exhibit those same thoughts, he's like, oh, it's harassment. Why are you saying this to me? This isn't fair, blah, 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 blah. You're just doing this for public clout, so on and so forth. But yet he does the exact same thing to other people. Phil's reach on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, isn't anything particularly new. It's been ramping up as of late, which is funny because it makes you wonder what's going on in that house when he's not streaming, for him to have this thirst, if you will, to get reactions from people off Twitter. But semantics. He's basically chasing Pro Jared. Let's reword that. He's chasing the Pro Jared high. Because if you guys remember, the weeks after he made his Pro Jared tweet, which ended up giving us the 7 years of debunking slander, or whatever the fucking name of that fucking absolute autism fucking title was, and all the bullshit that came along with that. He's chasing that high. He's been chasing that high. And I think, and to some degree, he tried to prolong it until Pro Jared took the steps needed to really debunk, right, some of the shit that was being said about him outside of the stuff that he chose to own up to, and people moved on. Phil was riding that wave of popularity. You guys have all heard that buzz term before. He was trying to ride that wave for everything he wanted, or for as long as he could. And think about it, he got everything he wanted out of that. Someone who, in air quotes, slandered him at one time, he's getting a chance to slap back at them, right? And he's able to relish in someone else's misfortune, who is way more popular, way more successful, who is way more wealthy than Phil is, not in just financially, but that of quality of life in general. Pro Jared has friends. He has family that he talks to on a regular basis. He has people around him who make the quality of his life better, who don't have to contribute to him financially. Phil doesn't have these things. So going at Pro Jared was a godsend. And it was a godsend at a time where he needed God or he needed something in the worst possible way. And when that was taken away from him, he's been running and he's been basically chasing after it ever since. And he'll never, and just to put this into perspective for you, DSP, you'll never get that again. You'll never get that type of high. It doesn't matter who you outlive for whatever dumb shit they end up doing behind the scenes or whatever the case may be. You'll never catch that Pro Jared high. Ever. Just like what you tried to do with the PogChamp shit with Gutex. It didn't feel the same, right? You didn't have the same energy about it, right? Because the high didn't last that long. That shit was, you were bitching about shit that was 10 years removed. I mean, then again, that Pro Jared shit was 3 to 5 years removed. You're never going to get another Pro Jared. He was your Moby Dick, quote unquote, and he still got away. Well, that's the point. But yeah, he was your big catch. You had a couple of good sightings. You were able to hit him a few times, but other than that, it didn't really mean much, buddy. And that's how it's always going to be for you. You're always going to be on Twitter looking for the next person to shit on, and that's just what you're going to do. And then the thing is, that's even more interesting if for some of you guys who have followed some of our coverage of it, as it pertains to the FGC, the Mr. Wizard, the Cannon Brothers and all that, even that didn't even have the same type of buzz. That didn't even produce the same type of high. Why? Because they still made it out in the end. Well, not Mr. Wiz, who knows where the fuck he's at or what the fuck he's doing. But the Cannon Brothers still win. Evo's being sold, or it was sold at the point that you guys are seeing. It's probably already been sold and whatnot. They walk away multimillionaires on top of what they were already worth, and not to say that they were millionaires, but you know what I mean. And then they're still going to probably be affiliated with the Evo brand long afterwards. One of the brothers are going to be on the board, and the other one's going to be on the ground level. At the end of the day, they still get what they want, and they're still going to run it. Whatever company that came in and picked up Evo from them is still going to want them to run it, because you still want the face of Evo to be there. Mr. Wiz can be replaced. Let's be honest. Mr. Wiz has made a lot of enemies over the years. They can easily throw somebody else in that spot. So that's not even a big deal. That's really not a big deal. But the Cannon Brothers are important. They were behind the scenes. They were the ones who pushed Mr. Wiz they hired Mr. Wiz to be the front man while they handle everything behind the scenes. All they got to do is get somebody else to fill his spot. So not only did they cash out heavy, but now they're back on a whole nother payroll. And they can basically dictate however much money they want, because they created Evo. They know the inner workings better than anybody else. And whenever one infrastructure buys into another one, you want to kind of keep some of the people that was in that existing infrastructure until you're ready to maneuver, or or people fall out of line, or people just choose they want to leave, or whatever the case may be. But it's cheaper to keep them, you know what I'm saying, than to just have them go away. Phil can't compete with that. He has at least enough business sense to understand that, well, they still win. And I'm just some loser playing a 20-year-old game, ducking people with real skill, because what skill that I had, or I told people that I have or had, is no longer exists. But at the end of the day, that's the reason why he's fishing on Twitter for shit. He's just waiting for the next big catch. And it's never going to come. And even if it does, it'll never give him the type of feeling that the Pro Jared shit did. He had a special type of energy pent up for Pro Jared that I hadn't seen him have in a while. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't, you know what I'm saying, outside of something really bad happening to someone like PewDiePie or Tevin or Ninja or Dr. Disrespect, you're not going to see that type of shit happen. You're not going to see him have that Pro Jared type shit. And even then, it still won't give him the same feeling. He's not going to get the same dopamine rush from it. You guys might think I'm exaggerating that, but mark my words. Mark my words. Unless something happens to one of those individuals, right? Where and when I mean something bad happened, I don't mean anything that physically happened to them or whatever. I mean those guys really fuck up and it catches a lot of attention on Twitter or on social media. He's never going to be able to catch it, because that's what he's waiting for. That's all Phil does. Look at what he did with another quick example. Look at what he did when why can't I think of it? Usually by the third snap I got it. Machinima. Think about what happened when Machinima went down. And then he was on Twitter gloating about it, on how all those people deserve to get fired because of what happened to him 3 years prior or 2 years prior, whatever it was. I can't remember when that finally happened. Early 2020, late 2019, something like that, when they shut down their official channel or whatever, something along those lines. Remember how he was gloating about that shit? And he thought that he would actually get some type of mainstream backing, because Machinima had fallouts with a lot of big content creators. A lot of those people moved on. A lot of people moved on from that. And even more importantly than that, those people couldn't, or chose not to, however you want to word it, weren't willing to hold a grudge against a bunch of other people who were currently working at that company, using that as their livelihood to feed their families and all that bullshit. The people that they had fallings out with were probably long removed from that company. So for Darkside Phil to sit up there and gloat about people losing their fucking jobs should tell you something about him. And when people pointed it out to him that, hey, you know the people who fired you, Phil, even though you said it was a mutual breakup, right? It was dissolving of your contract, whatever bullshit he said back in the day. The people who end up getting rid of you is one thing. But what about all those other people that were part of that company that don't even know who the fuck you are? Oh, I don't care. The whole company fucked me over, so they all get what they deserve. And then that's when the real backlash came on his bitch ass. And then that's when he sat there and hid away for like a day or so. And then he came out with his lame ass apology. If I remember correctly, he apologized about that. Does anybody remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers that shit. And all of us, at least if for those of you who feel inclined to, should remember that too. He's so spiteful and so fucking vengeful that a bunch of people who are considered collateral damage, going back to the Gouty Empire shit we talked about earlier, a bunch of people who are considered collateral damage, who had nothing to do with anything that had anything to do with him, he was okay with them going down as long as he could get his dopamine push, as long as he could get his little bit of retribution. He didn't care what other innocent people got caught up in that. That, ladies and gentlemen, is truly who Phil Burnell is. Remember that.
I just spawned. There's a guy behind me shooting me. It's terrible. Another terrible match, terrible connection, terrible spawns. We've gone back to it. I got 2 good matches so far tonight, 2. And then it went right back to the shit. It went right back to the garbage skill-based matchmaking. Fuck you. Skill-based my fucking dick. Skill. Where... Where'd he come from? It showed all the enemies were spawning behind me, so I turn around. There's another one to the side of me that gets an instant cheap kill. Dude, what is going on with the spawns tonight? It happened again! That's the 4th straight time I died because the spawns to the side of me. What the fuck, dude?
Oh, you're gonna get salt, 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 salt. It's even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
Alright guys, about 20 minutes left on the stream. Again, thank you to those who supported the stream tonight. Please, if you can, tip tonight. Tips are very slow. I'd appreciate any support you can lend, but tips would be preferred, okay?
Help!
Now, how did they know I was there? They already knew, because they were set up waiting. They knew I was coming, yet I'm supposed to be immune to UAV, or whatever you want to call it. So I have absolutely no idea how they knew I was coming. I just spawned with a guy on my side, so...
Oh, rage quit! We got a rage quit, baby. And he quit. Like the bitch he is, rage quit.
We didn't make a wager anyway, I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm not gonna play more of that. You started halfway into the match, you're down by 40 fucking points, the connection's laggy as fuck. I'm not wasting my time on that. We only have 15 more minutes left. I'm not wasting my match on garbage like that, because Treyarch's a bunch of fucking idiots. So, I'm just not. I'm not wasting my time on that, we only have 15 minutes left. No fucking way. What the fuck?
Actually, another funny point. So, our boy here talks about how much he loves streaming, right? How much he loves Twitch, right? How much he loves what he does for a living and the interactions that he has with people and how he's been able to make a life, he's been able to make a living doing this. And yet, almost every night, matter of fact, almost every stream, we're counting down to when the stream ends. Does that sound like someone who enjoys what they're doing? Most streamers are like, all right, guys, you know, it's time to close up shop. It's been fun. Thank you guys for coming out. I'll see you guys for whenever the next streaming day is, so on and so forth. How many people count that shit down to the fucking minute? Even when he hits the tips goal, right? We still get that. How much do you really love this if you're literally counting down you being able to get off? No pun intended. How is that a thing? The restreamers don't do that. And supposedly the restreamers only do this for profit. But they don't do that. How is it that the restreamers, the brain dead idiots, the fucking mentally ill fucking people have more fun doing this than the actual person who does this for a living? How does that make sense? Wow.
Jesus Christ, this fucking game is stupidly laggy. It's not even fucking happen. Again with this shit, dude, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. There's nothing I can do. Every time an enemy appears, I'm instantly dead. I have no chance to react because of the lag. So it's just death. I can't do anything about it. The game's laggy as fuck. What the fuck? Did you see that? He jumped backwards off the ladder and insta-killed me with one bullet. Okay. That was either some insane pro-level shit, or that was some stupid bullshit. I don't know which, I can't tell. My idiotic teammate just got me killed. What the fuck? Of course. Of course. Very realistic.
Alright, guys. I think that's enough for me. You don't want to see me, you know, crying like a fucking baby here. Tips are appreciated today, because tomorrow's my day off. And tips help me, obviously, on my day off, since I have a lot of stuff I need to spend money on. This week I actually have to get more supplies for Jasper. He's out of treats. We give him these couple different kinds of treats to, you know, make him feel like a loved kitty. And he's out of treats this week. He just finished them last night. And I'm like, uh-oh, I gotta get more.
So, wait a second. Who the fuck buys food or snacks for their pets week by week? Like, what's the point of doing that? Like, especially if, given the last couple weeks where money's been really good, why aren't you stocking up? To be honest. Maybe that's just me. You know what I'm saying? But any of you guys who have a Costco membership, a Sam's membership, I think Phil has one of those too, but then he bitches about how it's an hour fucking away, which, like, that means anything about anything. If you have a membership to any one of, like, those kind of wholesale type grocery stores or whatever the case may be, why wouldn't you be stocking up on stuff like that? If, for example, let's say a bag would maybe only last your cat or dog like 10 days, I guess, depending on how frequently you give it to them. And why wouldn't you get 2 or 3 bags then? Just to have, you know what I'm saying, just to have a little bit of it, have yourself some wiggle room. Like, why is that such a difficult thing to come up with? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
And of course, I gotta go grocery shopping and everything tomorrow. So, give me your money. Frog in a Party Hat cheered. He says, have you ever been diagnosed with adult ADD? There's a certain slide that doesn't completely cover your camera, and we can see you swinging side to side. Is that a tic or something? I've done that my whole life. I don't know if it's restless leg syndrome. I don't know what it is. But when I sit still, I can't sit still. Seriously, like, mostly it's hard for me to sit still. When I sit down to eat dinner, my wife will say, you're doing it again. I'm like, huh? Oh shit, I'm moving my leg around. Let me sit into a comfortable position where I won't wiggle around, and, you know, that's just how I've been.
Anyway, let me hop in there for a minute. Actually, that isn't anything really new, because if you go back and look at some of the DSP Tries-Its, or if you even look at some of the meal vlogs that he did with Panda, he has the same type of, he still has the same type of issue. So that's a thing and whatnot. So keep that in mind. I always found that to be rather entertaining, to say the very least. But that's not a new problem. He's had that for a while.
It is. My whole life I've been like that. Autistic Meme Boy has subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Autistic Meme Boy, for the sub. Please, let's not insult each other and call each other autistic or anything that's insulting. You know, let's stop with that, please, right before we even get started, okay? Let's not do it, all right? Support autistic creators is insulting me and calling me autistic, so you can get a nice, insane ban here. Fuck off. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Phil has indoctrinated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a long one, but you know, we're closing in on the month and whatnot. I had a lot to say, interestingly enough. But all right, we're gonna go into our first music break, and I'll see you guys for video number 2 of the broadcast. Should be just a second. Oh boy, it's gonna be sad to see some of this go. But I have a whole new lineup for music for you guys for next month, so hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully. Here we go.
What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Who's your choice? You're right. Leave professional level gameplay to pros like Ninja. Like Ninja, apparently for many, many years, grinded and grinded and grinded, trying to be a pro level player and trying to get noticed. It wasn't until he started playing Fortnite at a high level and then started entertaining children that he got popular.
Wow. Someone who's preyed upon children and the physically and mentally disabled having the nerve to criticize and critique what someone else does. Whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the second video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Don't mind the landscapers outside. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make the office look nice, inside and out. All right, let's see here. DSP, I hate Ninja because he abuses and uses children to get money. And refusing a real tip. Or no, refunding a real tip. This video was published on March 26th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh shit. Here we go.
What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Who's your choice? You're right. Leave.
We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the second video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. I hate Ninja because he abuses and uses children to get money and refunding a real tip. This video was published on March 26th of 2021. The link will be down in the description because that is a thing. Let's see. I hate Ninja because he abuses children. He abuses children for money. Sure he does. Sure he does. Here we go.
Professional level gameplay to pros like Ninja. Like Ninja, apparently for many, many years, grinded and grinded and grinded, trying to be a pro level player and trying to get noticed. It wasn't until he started playing Fortnite at a high level and then started entertaining children that he got popular. I think that kind of holds to my point. I think it does. Like, when he was trying to be a high-level competitive player, all these games, no one really cared. He didn't become.
Well, here's the
playoff
thing, and Snort Burnell's correct. Phil did the exact same thing. Phil tried to get notoriety, right, and try to get popularity off the FGC, grinding to try to be a pro-level FGC player, and failed at it. And then it was only when he came to YouTube and he was able to abuse the mentally and physically disabled, when he was able to, and those who liked the whole lowbrow comedy type shit, is when he ended up gaining popularity. So what makes him any different? Oh no, you hate Ninja because he actually was successful at it. Because Ninja was actually, I think Ninja's actually known for like Halo 1 or Halo 2. You know what I'm saying? And he's playing a bunch of other games too. And then yeah, he got onto the but he was well known before Fortnite. To be honest, obviously Fortnite blew him up and made him larger, but he was well known and respected in FGC games before Fortnite. But basically, Ninja took your business model, and I'm being very facetious here when I say that. He took your business model and he actually made it work, and that's why you're pissed off at him? You mean just like how Phil says that he inspired PewDiePie to do what PewDiePie ended up going on to do, and is worth what, tens of millions of dollars, if not more, and whatnot, has all the trappings of true success, and Darkside Phil doesn't? Going back to that whole thing about Phil is jealous and or envious of everybody who has an advantage. What about the advantages that you had? Oh, they weren't true advantages because you would still have to work at it. Is that what it is, Phil? Oh yeah, well, you know, I had some opportunities, but it still would have required me to do a lot of work. So is that really an advantage? Yeah, it kind of is. You still have a leg up on people, or a hoof up, if you will, on people who didn't. Even when this fucking moron came into YouTube and Twitch, he still had advantages. Let me give you a great example that's been pointed out by many others before. If this idiot didn't throw a bitch fit over a bit rate for Twitch the first time around, and stayed in there and just stayed in there and just kind of coasted it out, who knows how big he would have been now? Now, would he have been a Tim the Tat Man, a Dan's Gaming, any of those guys of merit? Would he have been any of those people? No. But his reach would have been further. It would have gone further than what he did on YouTube. And he was still going ahead and basically slumming off the YouTube game anyway. So him streaming back in those early days, and if he had kept up with it, who knows where he could have gone or how far he could have taken it. I mean, granted, he still wouldn't have found the type of commercial success that other people would have, but I bet you anything he'd have more sponsorships. He'd still figure out a way to fuck him up, but he still would have had that. He could have had a lot of things, to be honest with you. It wouldn't have been as much as what other people would have ended up obtaining, but he would have still had more than what he has now. But he did it all over a bit rate. And then for some reason, this tard fucking thought that Twitch was gonna, I don't know, I guess he thought Twitch was gonna request him to come back or something, and that didn't happen. And then you end up finding out when he went back in late 2016 that he actually deactivated his account to try to protect himself. Now, when I say that, Tevin has pointed this out before, Almighty Tevin, praise be. He's pointed out that there is no way that you can lose partnership unless you really fuck up. There's no way for you to lose Twitch partnership, right? So outside of that, you never lose you can never not be a partner. Even if you lose viewership, even if you lose, your followers or whatever, you don't lose partnership. Once you have it, it's essentially yours. You would really have to screw the fucking pooch to lose it. So why the fuck did he deactivate his account? What were you trying to protect yourself from? And they let him back on too, because that's another part of the pig lore that he tried to spin. That, when I ended up going back to Twitch in late 2016, they had to go back and reapprove me and everything before I could be let back on. That wasn't the case at all. He put a request in to have his account reactivated. They did it, and then he was able to come back on. Excuse me. The things that he had to work out was how was the money going to be worked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they had new ways, if you will, or new avenues to make money on Twitch. He had to figure out, did he, first one, was he eligible for those things? Sorry about that. And how does he implement them? That's what really took a while for him to get his Twitch up and running again. Not that they had to go back through and see if he still qualified and, you know, see if he could, you know, if his account was, if his managed partnership was even worth a damn. That wasn't the case. But yet again, why did he deactivate his account? There are plenty of partner channels on Twitch who haven't streamed there for years, but they didn't deactivate their account. They just stopped streaming on the site, and their accounts are still there. There's nothing going on with it. So why did he deactivate his? He was scared for some reason. I think he was scared for some reason, or he said some shit, or when he said all that bullshit that he said on YouTube later about how Twitch was a bad business and all that nonsense. I think he may have deactivated his account then, so he doesn't get fucked later on, just in case he had to go back. Now, keep in mind, that's just hypothetical pignosis, you know what I'm saying? That's not exactly a theo theory, if you will. Hypothetical pignosis and theo theories, or not theo theories, are two separate things. That's just a theory. It's not a theo theory, but that's just a theory. Because every time he gets kicked out of a program or a partnership or a sponsorship, his first initial reaction is to shit on it. Clearly. Very clearly. So he had to have deactivated his account for a reason. Twitch didn't do it. Twitch doesn't do it unless you request them to do it. And just because he picks up and leaves from one platform to another doesn't change that. Unless he was breaking his contract, which he wasn't. Not that I know of. So what was the point for that? And then, unless this is another thing I'd like to bring up, unless his contract was up for renewal around the same time he chose to leave, and he just decided that no, I'm not going to renew my contract for whatever bitch fit he had, and then he decided to go ahead and leave. But then you start getting into like contracts and all that stuff, and like I said, I don't know too much about that yet. I know enough from what I've heard from other streamers talk about, but I don't know the full details on that, at least not at this very time. It might be something interesting to look into, though. In any case, so there you go on that. All right, let's go ahead and hear him bitch again about Ninja and his success that he couldn't get.
He started fucking playing kids games. I mean, he's really good at them, don't get me wrong. He's competitive at them, but I think you see my point. This is what's hilarious is Tip Cheer or Davey just cheered and said, your jealousy of Ninja isn't a good look. What jealousy? I just complimented the guy. I said for years and years and years, he tried to be a competitive player, and it wasn't until he started entertaining kids in Fortnite that he became popular. What does that have to do with being jealous? That's stating a fact. that's literally a fact.
Yeah, that's really shitty that he said I was actually just complimenting him. How you figure? If I said, because, you know, I'm the asshole to say it. If I said that DarkSidePhil's whole YouTube and FGC career was a fucking fluke, right? If I said that he didn't have any real skill, he didn't really have a whole lot of talent, he just happened to be there when that bus showed up, is that really a compliment? It's stating a fact. It's the truth. But does that mean stating a compliment? It means that you're more lucky than anything. And then, to further reinforce my point, you didn't do anything with it. You did the bare fucking minimum. At a time where other people who came in after him went ahead and pushed the bar to the motherfucking moon. And all he had to do was watch, emulate, I don't know, maybe reach out to those people and be like, hey, can I pick your brain about something? Can I get some advice from you? Can I ask you some questions as it pertains to some of these things? And didn't do anything. Ran around like the proverbial nut and acted like he knew exactly what the fuck he was doing and then failed at everything. Huh? So either we don't understand what the difference is between an insult and a compliment, or he's just a fucking tard. Which one is it? Oh, he had to use kids to get popular. That's a compliment? Really? Because isn't that the same criteria that he uses to shit on PewDiePie? And Markiplier? And, what's the other guy's name? The one that ended up turning his back on PewDiePie. What's his name? Jacksepticeye? That's all those guys kind of cater to for the most part. They have a younger demographic, I should say. They do it too. And Phil has shitted on all of them, saying they're nothing more than a bunch of fucking Muppets who fucking color their hair different colors and shit to attract kids to watch their content and give them money. Oh, but I'm not shitting on those people. Someone asked me a question, so I gave them an honest answer. I didn't insult those people. Really? Really? So when people sit there and be like, how's the gout, Phil? What are you upset about? How's that insulting when that's a fact? No one told you to come up on that, it was a weekend preview. I think it was like May 5th. It was either May 15th or May 17th of 2015. I think. Don't quote me to that. I feel like it was sometime in May, though, of 2015 when he announced that. But I know for sure it was definitely a weekend preview. And you sat there and you lifted your gouty foot up in front of the camera and say, I think I have gout. No one told you to do that, but you did it. And then you've been getting shit on for it every year since. You'll always be tied to that. The only way you kind of one of the few ways that you were able to top that. No, topple, I think is actually appropriate. The only thing that you did that could topple that was you went sat there and jerked off on stream. And that's always going to haunt you. So you're a bad businessman. You're a terrible person. You're shitty at fucking you were a piece of shit in the FGC. You couldn't accomplish anything and you put yourself in debt trying to chase an EVO championship for multiple years, by the way. You know what I'm saying? We clown him for 2005, but you forget 2006 and 2007 he put himself in even more debt to try to get EVO wins those years too. So it wasn't just 1 year. We're talking about he's attended at least for, my research is telling me, is inkling, I should say, or it's implying that he's gone to EVO at least 5 or 6 times, maybe 6 or 7 times. Because he talks about, he said that he was at a Battle by the Bay, like B4 and B5. This is before it even became EVO. So Phil's been going to EVO for a number of years. Obviously putting all that shit on a credit card. So who knows how many years he's been doing that shit. And then if you remember, he tried to make another run at going back to EVO, not to compete though, believe it or not. He tried to make another run back at EVO right around the time Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out. I don't think it was Vanilla, not Ultimate. Vanilla, I think. He tried to make another run doing that. That's when he was sitting there scalping all these other tournaments, game footage, and he was using that to fund essentially him going to all those tournaments and eventually to go to EVO. That's when he had that, when he said that shit about Takedo, when they got hit with Japan got hit with like a typhoon or some shit, like something really, really bad and shit, something really, really bad that year. And Phil had made some pretty disrespectful comments about all that. On top of that, he was in Atlanta that year, so that would have been final round. He was in Atlanta that year, I think, when he said all that shit. And I can't remember, he did something else too, but he ended up backing up out of that because he was afraid that he was going to get hurt. And he probably was going to. So don't get it twisted. Like, this idiot has done some incredibly ridiculous shit. But all of that, ladies and gentlemen, are facts. You can go back and you can find some of that stuff. Anywho, let's continue.
To be something else, that's 100% truth right there. FFEHU did a 57-bit cheer and says, your point still stands. The thing about Ninja is he dipped on Fart Night. He plays League of Legends now. In addition to being a moron in front of children, he does it for e-girls and e-dating, apparently. Great.
Me, I sit on my ass all day. but that's my job. My job is actually to sit on my ass.
I mean, the thing with Fortnite is, there's no way that was gonna last forever. That thing was absolutely a fad, and everyone knew it. Everyone knows Fortnite was a fad, and that game would not have insane longevity. It's funny, the people that are still playing it, I don't feel like they're playing it in, like, I don't know. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, you know that game is not ultra good.
He's brave getting ready to say this, because this applies to him too. He's basically trying to say that it's a dead game, and you guys are only playing it because you can't do anything else. Now, mentally, ladies and gentlemen, the brain gout, right, and the ear infection, or the gouty ear infection, hasn't completely caught up to him yet. So he has a moment of clarity here a little bit, but he don't want to say it because he knows people can apply that to him too. He's basically saying that all those guys are stuck because they got all their popularity and they made essentially all their money off Fortnite, and now they're too scared to go anywhere else or to do anything else because they really can't do anything else. Now, clearly that's not necessarily true, but semantics, make of that what you will. But Phil is in that position. He can sit there and say, oh, I didn't tie myself down to one game, so I have the versatility to do whatever I want. That's true, but you're bad at everything. And that blanket statement, as what it is, essentially, ironically enough, can be applied to everything that you do. You are virtually bad at every fucking thing you do, and you can't ever change that. So I would much rather be one person who played one game and got a monumental amount of success from it, right, and made a whole lot of money off of it. You know, the type of money that those guys can stop doing this and do other things, and more often than not, they actually do, than be stuck playing video games as a whole for a living and hating every fucking minute of it, which is what Darkside Phil is. The only little caveat that he has is, oh, I don't have to play just one thing. I can play anything, or I can play everything. But you're bad at everything. And it's not even that. You hate video games. You hate it. Did he always hate it? No. I think it's fair to say that he didn't. But he hates it now. He's absolutely fucking miserable. And he can't escape. He has no way out. He has no backup plan. He doesn't have any friends. He doesn't have any other peers on YouTube or on Twitch in general, or on social media, who can help direct him or help navigate people to him to help him, right? He doesn't have any money saved up. He doesn't have anything. That's why he's infamous instead of ever being famous or popular. And even then, he can't even profit off of his own infamy. Other people can, which is ironic actually, but he can't. He has nothing. All he can do is keep coming into work, punching in, and beg all day while playing games poorly. What is that? What kind of existence is that? And people, well, mainly him, I should say. People and people who follow him like to say that, oh, look at all these people sitting here shitting on him, so on and so forth. What good does that do? It doesn't do anything. But having a bunch of people shit on you means what in the grand scheme of things when you actually look at what his life is like? This is a small piece of a much larger puzzle, and trust me, all the real fuck-ups of this puzzle is on his end. The bigger picture are his own mistakes that have come back to haunt him. And each and every year, he makes more and more mistakes without rectifying the mistakes that he's previously made, and he just lets shit stack up on him. And eventually, ladies and gentlemen, that fucking pile of shit, of pig shit, is going to eventually fall on him. Sooner than later. And he may not be able to dig himself out next time. He's in such, just off of the muscle, off the pork chops, if you will. Based on what he says right now financially, he's in such bad shape that if he does, and he has to deal with this for like another 5 to 7 years, possibly 10 years, by the time he gets credit again, his credit will, first off, it'll never be as strong as what it was. And more importantly, I don't even think it would really help him. He's slowly but surely, you guys may not see it yet, because he just came off the bankruptcy, but you'll find out in a couple years. He's going to be accruing debt in such a way that by the time he can actually get credit, he's going to be fucked all over again. Unless, and this is something that everybody forgets about, not me though, but everybody forgets about, is that this idiot's original plan before bankruptcy, ladies and gentlemen, was to pull the equity from his home. And he couldn't do it because, one, there was no bank that was going to be dumb enough to sign off on it, and two, he didn't have enough equity built up. And to go ahead and further you guys' pig lore, this idiot was trying to pull the equity from his home pretty much a year after he moved out there. He had lived in that house less than a year, and he was already talking about trying to borrow against his home. So the bankruptcy, right, just took a bunch of pressure off him and got rid of all that credit card debt and all this. But now it's going to be 7 to 10 years until he can get credit again. And if he runs into a really serious spot, what's the next move for him? He may need to try to see if he can pull money out of his home. Remember, in 2014, mid 2014 is when he bought that house. And end of 2015, he was already talking about possibly trying to borrow the equity from his home. He definitely said that a lot in 2017. He was granted the bankruptcy in 2020. So now you're talking about someone who has over 6 years, almost 7 actually, but over 6 years of equity built up in his home. And he has no unsecured debt to worry about. So now, if he gets into a real bad spot, he can't bleed mommy and daddy and the rest of these pay pigs, then where do we go to next? We try to go back to what the original plan always was, the equity in his home. Please try to remember that. Don't try too hard. It's not that serious. I'm repetitive enough that I'll tell you. But that's what the next big plan is, which only brings him another step closer to his own demise. We can think whatever we want to think about the bankruptcy and it being granted to him and how fraudulent all that shit was and so on and so forth. Yet again, he's a product of circumstance. But that right there should have been a wake-up call for his dumb ass. And it's not. WWE Champions is still flowing strong as far as I know. He's still going out and eating 3 times a day with him and Catherine on their days off and shit, spending money like that shit ain't gonna stop. He didn't learn anything. He just got a huge weight off his piggy titties, but now he's just piling back on because he's used to that. There are some people, ladies and gentlemen, who I mean, fuck it, I'll be blunt. There are people out there who are used to having shit fucked up. And even when they get a break, they will almost, not subliminally, almost unconsciously go ahead and put themselves in a bad spot because that's what they're used to. That's kind of what they're comfortable with, to be honest with you. This idiot has been underwater on most of his financial decisions for over a decade. Once that stuff is relieved, for some people, okay, cool. Now I can actually start to build some shit. That's not Dark Side Phil. That's not Dark Side Phil at all. And then he still has back taxes that still haven't been alleviated, which should be the first thing he should be doing. And he's not even doing that. He's still spending as if he's hoping to figure out a way that like he's magically wishing that shit's going to go away. And then you still have mid-first. That mid-first thing is still a thing. I don't know what the progression is on it at the moment, but that's still a thing out in the wings too. And the only way he can probably make the taxes and if he gets sued or whatever the case may be with mid-first is having a large influx of money really, really fucking quickly. And ladies and gentlemen, this isn't going to be the vest streak again, where he was able to pull between $25,000 and $30,000 in 5 months. He may not have that type of time. So if he needs a large influx of money really, really fast and he can't pull it from the pay pigs and from his parents, he may need to pull from his home, because that's the only thing that might actually pull him out of that, which only brings him closer and closer to his own demise. But we'll see. Like, mark my words. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. Ever since that bankruptcy was granted, his whole fucking mindset should have changed. And it's not. He slipped right back into his comfort zone. he slipped right back into being fucked up and being okay with being fucked up. And that's no detractor's fault but his own.
Good, but the fact that Epic Games made so much effing money on it is ridiculous. The fact that they're still making that much money. It seems like content creators heavily piled on Fortnite when they saw the cash cow was for kids. They saw, oh, kids love this game because of the way it looks and the memes you can do in it. So they all just piled on trying to make tons of videos and money and playing the game, and now they all hate it. Now those same content creators don't want to fucking play it anymore. It's like, that's the game that gave you your notoriety. Like, I don't want to play that no more. That game sucks. I want to play
Now, keep in mind, this is the person who says he doesn't watch other people. He doesn't keep up with other streamers and YouTubers. And so, theoretically, where's he getting his information from? Where are, or name some of these Fortnite streamers who hate this shit, but they keep doing it because that's where they got their popularity and their money from. Let's see if he can do that. He can't, but let's see if he can do that.
You know, like you just said, they want to play friggin'. Oh, what the hell? You gotta be kidding!
Thugs on the floor cheers that I will not be contributing with tips tonight because I don't want this game to continue. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
But anyway, yeah, it seems like a lot of content creators that were like exclusive Fortnite guys went on to do other shit. They just, I mean, they literally only played it because it was giving them views with kids. You know, they were making money playing this game for children. And then after that, a while, I don't want to fucking play this shit no more. Fucking game is stupid.
No, I did not qualify. I would have qualified if it went to the green, the golden hoop, but it didn't work. For some reason, they didn't count.
It's hilarious that we get on him for shitting on a children's game, right? Fortnite. And yet this Muppet, because that's exactly what the fuck he is, a gouty Muppet, if you will, is sitting here playing Fall Guys. A literal game designed for fucking kids. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It really is.
Even though I was fully through it, it clipped backwards. Hilarious. He let go! Look, I'm still holding it! He let go by himself. There's some weird mechanic where he won't hold on to the edge like he's supposed to. He's obviously supposed to hold on and climb up, but he doesn't do it. He releases. Oh my god. Wow. Well, I couldn't do it. I seriously couldn't do it. I couldn't even beat the very first thing. That was the first time ever I've seen that variation. I've never seen that variation before. And that was way harder than regular seesaw.
Dude, I just can't do it. I can't win. I suck.
Oh, let's see here. Jtron Cherry says Ninja was big before Fortnite. He usually, well, he would get 10 to 15,000 viewers and 5 to 8,000 subs playing H1Z1. Okay, great. Good for him. I don't know what the hell that has to do with me. I didn't know that this was the fucking, the Ninja stream, where everyone just wants to talk about Ninja, so maybe we should fucking shut the fuck up about him. I don't care about him. Who's Yuri Cherry says, if Fortnite was never seen as a children's game, would you have played it? I did play it! I did play it! What are you talking about? I played the game. I won at least one match. People are just fucking idiots. See, here we go again. Alright, I'm just gonna ban all these idiots who are talking about it.
I think he was paid to play it, though, when he played Fortnite. Just like when he played, excuse me. Just like when he played Minecraft. He spent all those years shitting on it, and then I think he made it a Patreon perk? I think? I know I've seen that in an old Almighty Tevin video. Yeah, actually. Like, I think that was like first year on Patreon he was doing that shit as a patron perk. I think all the times before, the 2 previous times that he actually played Minecraft, he did it because he was paid to do it. He never played it because he wanted to play. He played it because he was being paid to. So, yeah. Anyway, but I think when he played Fortnite, I think that was either a sub goal or a tip goal, or it was part of a tip event or some shit. So keep that in mind as well. And as it pertains to Fortnite, I think it's like anything else. I don't think there were any of those streamers at the time were sitting there thinking, oh shit, all these kids are running up here and whatnot and inflating my views, and that's why, you know, I should probably keep playing this. I think the numbers certainly is a big thing. I think the numbers were a real big thing. I think you had a handful of streamers who really started to fuck around with the Battle Royale and play it, which they ended up going ahead and getting their friends to do it and shit. And then all the other streamers who were playing anything about anything at that time were like, well, fuck, let me jump on that too. People forget Dr. Disrespect played Fortnite. He was playing H1Z1. He was playing PUBG. He was rotating between the 3 for a while, as well as playing, well, I don't know when he really started playing Call of Duty seriously. He's been playing Call of Duty for a long time, but I can't remember when he was on Twitch. Was he playing it super, super serious? Because when I think of Dr. Disrespect on Twitch, I think of PUBG. But he played other stuff too. But I think of PUBG though, more than anything. But he did play a lot of Fortnite though, because him and Timmy Tenders, or Tim the Tatman, played a lot, and he played with Ninja like a bunch of times. But anyway, it was a free to play mode, right? And everybody was essentially playing it. And so it is what it is. I don't think it was really more about a target audience, more than the fact that everybody was playing it. And everybody was doing fucking numbers. And Twitch was promoting everybody who was essentially playing it at that time. You know what I mean? If you wanted a look, that was a good way to get a look. And it was one of the few games, I think, that even if a bigger streamer shouts you out, you might actually get some residuals from that in the long term. Whereas now, if a big Twitch streamer shouts you out, maybe you'll see something from it for like a week or two, and then it kind of dies out, unless you can hold their attention. But that's debatable. That's like a good topic for like Devin Nash or somebody.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Fucking idiots are coming in here and all talking about Ninja for some reason tonight.
I'm just going to ban.
It's obvious that people have a love affair with Ninja or something tonight, or it's just a group of trolls watching a restreamer, and they want to ruin my stream tonight and keep talking about it. So anyone who just brings it up now, I'm just gonna ban. I don't care. I really don't.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
I was talking about it. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. I was not talking about it. I was talking about the difference between trying to be a pro hardcore streamer, like when you're starting off, or doing something you love. And I said, do something you love. Play games you like. That's how you're gonna have fun.
He said, do something you love? So we're going to completely retcon the early part of his stream saying, oh, I never talked about Ninja. I just talked about being a pro player and then doing what you love. What a fucking liar. And keep in mind, the only reason why this whole bullshit's even happening right now is because someone called him out on his bullshit and said, yeah, Ninja was well known before Fortnite. And then all of a sudden, now, oh, I didn't talk about any of this. I don't even know where this all came from. Wow. What a thin-skinned piece of bacon we got here.
That way, even if you don't get viewership, you still had fun doing it. It's not a waste of your time. That's all I said. And then all these idiots tried to steer the stream into something controversial because they're no-life losers. And they think that they want to fucking just talk about it constantly because they're idiots. They're just idiots. They just want to derail the stream and not allow me to talk to my real viewers and fans. They just want to try to start controversy. Phil started talking shit about this guy, talk shit about that. I didn't talk any shit at all. I talked no shit tonight at all. I'm having fun with Fall Guys and I'm ignoring a bunch of fucking dipshits.
God damn it, well, I'm screwed. Now I'm really screwed because I'm all on one side. All on one side. Yeah, I'm not even qualified. Nope. Well, it's a good thing I didn't wager.
Oh my god! Wow, I suck so bad. I am getting completely dominated. I am getting out of here. I can't do anything right tonight.
Shout out to Toilet Dolphin, who chooses, I hate how dipshit trolls bait you all the time. I wish there was an easy way to stop it. My advice is ignore them. Have a great stream. I'm just answering innocuous questions. Seriously, I'm just answering common questions. But what they try to do is steer the conversation in a way that causes drama when I just don't give a fuck about it. I don't. You can tell me that they have an agenda when all of a sudden 10 completely different people ask exactly the same question. You can tell where they're coming from. They're coming from a restreamer who they're trying to start shit on their stream. They think it's funny. Like, they're fucking little kids. Some dumb fuck.
And listen to this grown-ass man, yet again, blaming someone else for his own fault. No one told you to even... When that Ninja cheer or whatever, or tip came through, message came through, you could have just, hey, thank you for the cheer, or thank you for the tip, or whatever the fuck, and just move on. You didn't have to answer any of that. You chose to do that. Now, people are starting to go ahead and slap back at you. Some people are sitting there saying, hey, you kind of don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And so maybe you need to go ahead and reevaluate a little bit here, right? And now all of a sudden, we got problems. Now all of a sudden, oh, my true fans, you know what I'm saying? And all these trolls here are trying to start drama. Oh, now it's the restreamers. Now, oh, it's this. Now it's that. You're almost 40, dude. You're almost 40. Like, you don't have enough presence of mind to see bait or know bait, what bait is at this point? And trust me, there's some guys out there who have baited Phil for years and never had to drop a dime on him. And Phil always falls for that shit. Now, those guys are pretty clever, so that is what that is. But for some of this shit, it's it's pretty clearly bait. And some of that bait is coming from actual fans. So what the fuck? Whenever someone, and then keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, he wants to blame restreamers, he wants to do this, he wants to do all that. But before all of that, he was saying, oh, that was just an observation. Oh, I was paying them a compliment. Oh, that was me just telling the truth. That was me just stating facts. You see how he's literally working his way through his cupboard, if you will, a cupboard of excuses? Like he can't just get it together. Not man enough to just go ahead and stand by what he said and just leave it at that. Oh no, now we got to make excuses for everything. That's sad. You said what you said. You stand by it. Period. And you don't give a fuck what people have to say about it. If that's what you believe, then hey, that's what I said about Ninja. It is what it is. But we're backtracking. We're trying to sugarcoat shit. We're trying to blame other people. Why? And yet people choose to defend this man. And I use that term loosely, by the way. People choose to defend him and say, oh, it's not his fault that he's in the fucked up situation he's in. It's the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. That's handing over, I should say, a lot of power to a group of people who don't care. Like, if you really think about it, that's a lot of power being given to this group of people who really don't care. And I say they don't care, ladies and gentlemen, because who's deplatforming him? He's doing a great job deplatforming himself. He's doing a great job cutting himself off from sponsorships. He's doing a great job from cutting himself off from his peers and his contemporaries who he should be doing co-op streams with to try to get his name out there and try to clean up his image. It sounds to me like Darkside Phil is what I've always said he was, his greatest detractor. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it looks like to me. Oh well. Let's continue.
Some stupid little limp dick immature asshole. Oh, I'm gonna make some streamers say something on a stream and it goes controversy. Oh, by the way, I can't make any content that's meaningful for myself because no one would ever watch it. I'm a fucking mouth-drooling idiot.
Why am I toxic? More toxic, more toxic.
Fucking morons. Try doing what I do. Try actually playing a variety of games and entertaining an audience. Good luck, Chuck. All you can
That's
do is
funny, because didn't you say the exact same thing about Tevin? And then what happened? You used to say the same shit about Tevin. You got Tevin and two other fellows deplatformed. Tevin's back on Twitch, and he's doing real well. And now Phil don't even let Tevin's name come up out of his mouth. And Tevin's partnered, is he not? So Tevin's doing all the things that you said he couldn't do. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. He did go ahead and try to suck Tevin's dick a couple of times and say, oh, well, people did say he has a lot of talent. People did say that, he's a very charismatic type of person. Just do your own shit, bro. Stop stealing from other people, bro. Stealing. I'll never get over that. Stealing. And so now Tevin's the man. Now Phil don't even talk about him no more. It's like Phil's almost scared to bring him up. What happened to, oh, I would congratulate him. I would give him big ups. I would give him props. What happened to any of that? And since Tevin has bowed out gracefully, right, there are plenty of other people who restream now. Because LSB don't really restream either. He finds you too boring, which must be a slap in the face because that's who Phil was blaming for a lot of this influx of trolls coming in, trying to get a buzz out of the restreamers or whatever. He said that about Tevin a couple times too, but I think LSB has gotten more props for that than I think Tevin has, to be honest. But then again, he hasn't said that LSB was a criminal and he should go to jail and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure there's a good reason for that one. I'm sure. I'm sure there's an excellent reason why Phil would never direct that towards him. Same thing with Sons of Kojima. Never did that with them either. Ironic. in a lot of ways. But whatever. Let's not go ahead and split too many piggy hairs at the moment. There's plenty of time for that later. So his point has been already proven. Now what? So now now it's almost as if he's trying to use the current restreamers and he's trying to build them up in a lot of the way that Tekken and LSB was built up, so they can be the new bad guys. Because let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, what good is the king of hate if he doesn't have anybody to hate on? He needs, and that's the point I've tried to make to you guys before. He needs this. He needs detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. He's dependent on them more than ever. I think I said something similar to that in like 2018. Like, he needs us more than ever. And as his finances start to continue to slip, according to him anyway, he's going to need even more of it. If this dude doesn't have any enemies, then what? Who's going to take the blame for his failures? Who's going to take the blame for his incompetence? When he says shit like this, like about Ninja, who's he going to blame and say, oh, it wasn't my fault? It's because of these fucking detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that are taking that shit out of context. They're the ones that are trying to start drama where there is no drama. What's he going to do then? If he doesn't have those people to blame. Now he has to be a man and take all of that on himself. And let's be honest, Phil's never been good at being a man. Axe Panda. Axe his wife. Axe his friends, who he's turned his back on. So let's just keep that into perspective as well. Womp womp.
You're a little bitch. You have no talent for yourself. All you can do is make fun of others, even though you have no innate talent. So why any moron would watch you make fun of others when you can't do anything good yourself? I have no idea. It just means that.
Well, that's ironic, because I could say that for the majority of your career. You stepped into this hating on other people and hating on other content. Well, hating on other people, meaning developers, hating on games, and then as more and more people started to do it, he started to hate on the people around him on saying that, oh, they have all these gimmicks, they have a team of people doing all this to try to help them out. I'm the one-man gang. I'm the one-man show doing all this on my own. I don't have the resources all those people do. Despite the fact that if you really go back and look at Pig lore, he's always had someone holding his hoof. John was there, I feel, at least from what I've seen, he's been there since damn near the beginning. So Phil was never by himself. Ever. Ever. The majority of the gameplay, sure, was always the majority of it. He sat there and played it alone, right? Because he's in his fucking condo, drunk, the majority of those years, and sitting there yelling at his own incompetence and whatnot. Hey, some people can't deal with sobriety. But at the same time, and even then, he wasn't even alone with that. He had Tangeray. Or he had Sapphire. He was really, sorry, I'm being a dick, but you know what I'm saying? He was never really alone. There was always someone there, ladies and gentlemen, in some way, shape, or form that was doing the heavy lifting. If it wasn't John and Howard and OJ, to be honest, there was people that were part of his little fan club and shit, his little fan base, who were always there. But he always shitted on something from day one starting this. So what makes him any different from anybody else? Jesus Christ, he called himself the king of hate. And just because people liked it, does that make it content? You hating on other people who didn't do anything to you because you're pissed off because you're incompetent and you can't do shit properly? Or you can't learn and comprehend anything? Whose fault was it then? Oh, but that means but that means though that you're creative, right? That you can produce content, right? That makes it worthwhile because people like it, right? Right? But now, how many games, well, not even now, but how many games, it happens on the regular so often it feels like it's just a normal thing. How many games has this idiot basically demanded to have himself be held on? What about Resident Evil, Resident Evil 3 Remake? When he was at that one Nemesis battle on the clock tower. I always wanted to go over that video. I never got a chance to. So Mr. House Stuff video, I need to do that. And it's like 30 minutes. It may be longer than that, but I think it's like 30 minutes. Of him sitting there failing and getting pissed off at himself because he's failing. And then he demands. He puts his controller down and demands that someone in the chat tell him how to beat this boss fight. Or they're just going to stay here. Who does that? And that's not the first time he's demanded the audience or the chat or whatever to help him out in a boss fight. That might have been the most blatant example of it, because I can't remember him putting his controller down and waiting for someone to tell him what to do. But he's certainly done something similar to that before. How the fuck is that content? Where the fuck is his talent, or where the fuck was his talent then? Most big streamers and or YouTubers know of Darkside Phil because, one, he fucking jerked off on fucking stream. Two, because he has gout. And three, amongst other reasons, of course, he's taken shots at almost all of them in one way, shape, or form. And he's fucking lucky that he still has his 100% luck stat and that most of those people haven't clapped back at him. He's very fortunate about that. Because I remember when PewDiePie took that shot at him over the book thing. We talked about that earlier in this broadcast. And Phil made it sound like fucking PewDiePie walked into the house and fucking fuck Panda right there on his living room table and shit. He made it sound like he was completely emasculated by fucking PewDiePie and shit. Well, what did you expect? Yeah, you could say it was punching down if you want, but it was a comment. It wasn't that. It was a comment. It wasn't that big of a deal. Just like that Pro Jared situation on Twitter. Phil makes it sound like, oh, he was punching down on me. It was a joke. The same joke that he's tried to pass off on plenty of people, and it came back to haunt him in some way, shape, or form. What's the difference? You slapped somebody and they slapped you back. What did you expect was going to happen? But the scenario doesn't change because of how the situation works. This idiot right here gets mad at people who have less subscribers and less view. Well, I can't even say less viewer. I can't even say less views. Because Phil has fucking shit on his channel that's been up for like 2 weeks and doesn't even have 1,000 views yet. So I can't even give him that. But Phil gets mad at people who have shit. At least fucking A. Let me think. I don't follow subs like that. So let's see here. Let's use Tevin. Tevin's at what? 19,000 subs, I think? Something along those lines? At the time that I'm recording this? You're mad at someone who has 100 and less than 170, give or take. It depends on what Phil's sub count is right now. You're mad at someone who has 170,000 subs less than you do? You're mad at someone who has, I don't know how many followers Tevin has on Twitch, but I'm going to say for sure he has to be over 10,000, I would think. So you're mad at someone who has 90,000 followers less than you on Twitch? Just as an example. If you want me to use LSB, I can do that too. LSB has what? Easily less than 180,000 subs. He's 180,000 subs less short compared to Phil on Twitch, or on Twitter. Not Twitter. On YouTube. And you've punched down on him plenty of times. And he punched right back up at you and knocked you out a couple of times. So he can't even use that argument. The same things that he's bitching and complaining about and saying that people have no talent in or of are the same things he's done himself. When he did that, when he took that shot at iJustine, when he took all those shots at PewDiePie, at Markiplier, at fucking Dr. Disrespect and Ninja, all those guys eclipsed him on all platforms. Jesus Christ, there are Dr. Disrespect highlight channels that beast Phil. They don't have Phil's sub count, but they definitely work him over on views. If the two, I think the two big ones are the 2-time, and then the other one is Champions Club, because I follow both of them. Those guys pull in 20, 30,000 views easy on their clips. They used to pull in hundreds of thousands back in the day. Well, before the pandemic. So, you know what I'm saying? There are parody channels, or not parody. There are clip channels who pull in bigger shit than Phil does for some of those bigger content creators. Like, he needs to reevaluate his situation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this shit can be picked apart because it's easy to be picked apart. You don't even have to be a serious head on Twitch or on YouTube to be able to do anything that I just did. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard. And these aren't such big numbers that you can't keep your facts together. But he'll overshadow all that just to make an invalid point that doesn't mean anything to anybody. And as you've just seen in the last couple of minutes, it's probably more than a couple now because of the way I talk. The very points that he makes, he's willing to abandon if he can't stand behind it, or if he can't get other people to stand behind it. So he's not even man enough to stand up for his own points. If he doesn't have someone supporting him, he'll just drop it. He'll just leave it alone and then want to end the conversation altogether. What kind of man is that? What kind of person is that to support? If you don't have your word, you don't have anything. No one will ever take you seriously. Oh well.
Morons. That's all it means. The stupid watching the stupid.
He's toxic. Every fucking day he's toxic. Every day he's here, he's toxic.
Knuckles the Echidna did 100 cheers and said, this is how you play the game. Oh my god, what the fuck? Holy shit, that's an epic fucking intro, dude. Great, nice meme.
Shout outs! Snort Gang. Anonymous gifter gives this up to Snort Burnell. Wow, that's amazing. You know, give it to a detractor. It's really smart. Snort. What an asshole. Oh boy, Emerald 6 gifted us up to Snort Burnell. Gee, thanks, Emerald 6. That guy's such a nice guy.
This thing's gonna go so fast soon. Oh man. There they go! I won!
Wait, what? What the fuck? What? Wait, what? No, no, no. That is so bad. Are you fucking shitting me? Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god.
Crutches.
Oh.
I found your hat.
I fucking won! I won Jump Showdown. That's never happened before. That's amazing. I've never won Jump Showdown before. Nice. Nice, dude. That calls for a celebratory bubble blow. A celebratory bubble blow, which we have not done in a million years.
Now,
Very nice.
remember, we shitted on Ninja, right? Because he abuses and uses kids for money, right? And he only got his popularity, according to him, because of Fortnite. Yet, we're playing a kid's game ourselves, right? We're doing and saying Muppet type shit, and we're blowing fucking bubbles. I don't remember seeing Ninja blow bubbles on his stream before. So who has really taken advantage of who in this scenario, in this situation? Who the fuck blows bubbles, dude? I mean, I can understand if, like, you know, female Twitch streamers do that shit, I guess. Whatever, but what the fuck? 40-year-old man blowing bubbles over a victory in a fucking kids game. Wow.
Very, very nice.
I'm a mature adult, and I'm not a children's entertainer.
Gaming Dad Cheers, I know you hate on Ninja for only playing Fortnite at a high level. No, I don't. I don't hate on Ninja for playing Fortnite at a high level. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I don't hate on Ninja for that. You want to know what I hate particular content creators, not just Ninja, for? Preying on kids. Because a lot of them saw popularity in a game and jumped on that bandwagon and made that game ultra popular with little children. And they did it for about 2 years straight, and they made bank on it. And now they ditched them. Now they say, oh, fuck that, I want to do that for the rest of my life. And now they ditched them. It's like, dude, that's so fucked up that you basically did that. And now all gaming is inundated with Fortnite, Fortnite, Fortnite for kiddies, when no one fucking cares about that fucking game who has a brain cell. It's fucking so stupid. Yeah, well, the way that they did it, they literally did it just to make a buck. They didn't do it because they liked the game. They didn't do it because they thought that the game had value and it was a culturally relevant game. They did it to make money off of kids. It's exactly what they did, and I hate that kind of behavior from content creators. That's what I'll hate on Ninja on. I won't hate on him because he's a pro player and stuff. Who gives
how are you gonna put all that on Ninja? Like, let's evaluate this for a minute. I feel like Fortnite's been out longer than 2 fucking years, by the way. Certainly, but whatever. So he hates Ninja because Ninja abuses children. Ninja abused these children, allegedly, by by playing a game that got virally popular, that got kids invested in it. They made a shitload of bank off of it, and then they dropped it. Now, Phil says 2 years. I'm pretty sure it's actually longer than that, but let's go with that. For 2 years. Right? And then he abandoned the game and essentially abandoned them. And because they made Fortnite so virally popular with the kiddies, that now that's the only type of games that they bring out. Now, hold your laughter for the end. Let me work. Please let me work. This idiot is sitting here playing a children's game, blowing bubbles. First thing. Second thing is, Phil, those kids grew up over the span of 2 years. So they're 2 years older than they were when they first watched Ninja play it or whatever the case may be. So do you not think that the reason why maybe some of them gravitated to other games, right, is because their audience got older and they changed a little bit? And then, let me not go ahead and overstate the audience or overstate the obvious, but the actual content creators themselves are 2 years older. They look at things a little bit differently. Jesus Christ, financially, they're in a better spot. Maybe they want to expose their audience to another type of game. Why not that? And then as it pertains to the whole industry is inundated with those type of games, where? Like, where's the other Fortnite clones at, Phil? Where's the other games that were influenced by Fortnite, and now they're running ruckshot through the fucking industry, and everybody's are becoming millionaires off of all these kids that are watching them and stealing their parents' credit cards to give them money? Point that out to me. Call of Duty, for example, needed to go to Battle Royale. They had done to be honest, Activision has done a great job killing multiplayer. So if it wasn't for Battle Royale, it was going to be a wrap anyway. Battlefield did a good job fucking itself over. So that is what that is on that. So what else? If he wants to say Overwatch's own community did a good job screwing itself over. On top of other things and whatnot. Asian GTG would get mad at me on that one, but fuck it, it's true. So that is what it is with Overwatch. You can't throw Destiny in there. Destiny essentially did its own thing until Destiny 2. And then, well, that's a whole nother conversation for another day. So, where are the Fortnite clones yet again? Or the Fortnite-inspired games that are basically controlling the industry? And I want you to think about this for a minute, because we're going to go back to Last of Us 2 and how he was disappointed on how Ellie was portrayed and how she is having these sexual relationships or encounters and all this, and he didn't like her character and everything. You do realize that Ellie is not a kid anymore, right? Like, she's a kid, but she's not a kid anymore. Like, she's older now, right? Like, the way he was shitting on Last of Us 2, and it really stands out to me. And it puts me in a weird space because it's kind of more telling about Phil than anything. But I don't want to go down that route, per se, because Phil has been accused of being this before. And grooming Panda is one thing, but this thing is another thing else. When he was talking about Ellie in Last of Us 2, he was talking about her as if she was still that same little girl from the first one, from Last of Us 1. It was almost as if he completely disregarded the fact that girl grew up. Right? So, if she's having her relationship with that other chick who looked like Anita, or whatever the case may be, even though I know that's not Anita, I've seen the actual model for her before and shit. It's just when I initially looked at her, she reminds me of Anita. She has some of Anita's features, to be honest. But no disrespect to her, obviously. But you get my point. Ellie grew up. She wasn't that little kid anymore. She was coming into her own. And he completely disregarded that. And because he disregarded that, is kind of one of the reasons why this ass clown had a problem with the whole setting of Last of Us 2 from the Jump Street. People got older. The the environment, the atmosphere was different. Time had passed. And it was like he couldn't let go of Ellie from the first game. Like, he expected her to be of the same age and everything going into the second. And it's like, why the fuck would you even want that? Like, he can... I'm not sure if most of you guys remember it, but he was going on these long fucking tantrum rants over that shit. And that shit blew my motherfucking mind. Like, nothing stays the same, Phil. But then again, that right there jumps into a whole nother subject about YouTube in general. On how YouTube had changed from when he started off and he was making all that money. And he keeps blaming YouTube for changing their business model and changing the algorithm and the search engine and everything, or the SEO. And it completely fucked him over. No, it didn't completely fuck you over. They changed their business as time went on. And you were expected, if you're doing this for a living, you were expected to change with it. Now, keep in mind, let me give you guys some pig roach lore. This idiot was abusing the search engine back in the day anyway. He was putting himself in all these different categories that he had no business being in. That's the reason why he was so, quote unquote, big on YouTube. Because he was throwing himself into all these categories that he had no business being in. Because remember, YouTube wasn't pushing the gaming category like that. So he was throwing himself into they had like certain criteria, like for gurus, for comedy, for this, for that, for this, for that. And he was throwing himself into all of them. He was putting himself into all of them. Trying to get his content as many eyes as possible on it. Fraudulently, by the way. So when that situation came about, and once the gaming community or the gaming atmosphere got bigger, he got weaved out. Just on principle. Because by miscategorizing himself all those years, and as that community getting bigger, and how people came up with brand new tabs, or brand new tags, I should say, to put themselves in, and new categories were being expanded upon, he wasn't expanding with it. He just kept going with what he thought made him popular, air quotes, in the first place. By the time he figured out what was what, he was already behind the 8 ball. He was so fucking far behind it that he didn't even know what to do. And then that's when the vloggers came in. That's when you could start monetizing your gaming content, and the vloggers started coming in. And the vloggers were the smart ones, to be honest. They came in and they brought their audiences with them, which were usually a younger demographic anyway, or at least in their or in their teens. So they had all of the promotion that they could ever need on top of vehicles to get that shit passed around really quick. Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, they had everything they needed. All the things that he should have cultivated over those years being in gaming, he didn't do. He wanted all that to be self-indulgent and basically cater to his own ego, while these people actually were networking. So when the vloggers came in, they blew the fuck up. They blew the fuck up. So then you get to this point where iJustine is doing commercials, and she's doing video game award shows. You have Toby Turner, who's doing a bunch of commercials. He's rubbing shoulders with NBA players and NFL players, and he's doing all these big promotions for other gaming companies and shit. And DSP was where? And they didn't give up vlogging to do gaming. They went ahead and just had a crossover with it. They're still doing vlogging because that's what they're known for, but now they're dipping their feet into gaming a little bit. And by having that crossover, if you will, it made it easy. It made it real easy. It's essentially what Phil tried to do, and he wasn't succeeding at it. Because Phil, to some degree, he was vlogging before he was vlogging and gaming, to be honest with you. He actually was monetizing his vlogging shit before he fucking got himself booted out of Google AdSense. He was vlogging and gaming at the same time too. He just couldn't profit off the gaming part of it. That's really what it came down to. And he wasn't communicating well enough to get people to watch his gaming stuff, to watch his vlogs. So yes, he was profiting off of the vlogging channel, but it didn't get nearly the numbers that the gaming channel did. And the reason why is because he wasn't networking, or he wasn't networking well enough, and he wasn't, to be honest, at least from what I've seen, he wasn't communicating well. Now, don't get me wrong, this is all on YouTube. This is all in the same fucking ecosystem, but that doesn't mean that if you have a second channel, you can get one person to go from your main to your second channel, unless you have something there that not only gets them to come over there, but to keep them coming over there. And he really didn't have that. He really didn't, except for maybe smart guys, to be honest. And even then, I mean, even then, he was screwing them over. He was screwing them over with the sub box shit because he was spamming so much shit to DSP Gaming that the real reason why he probably, the King of Hate vlogs never picked up the way it did is because he fucking screwed their sub boxes with DSP Gaming. And people had told him that for years and he wouldn't stop. You guys see what I mean on how all this shit built up on him? Simple, small shit. He was so greedy and he was so short-sighted that he would rather make pennies on the dollar instead of backtracking it to actually make dollars. He would rather have let me give you a better example, actually. He would rather have 10,000 people watch the first 50 parts of his of any game that he's playing, right? Instead of having 5,000 people watch the whole fucking playthrough, and then have 5,000 more people watch the vlogs, and then have a reason to go back and go to his main channel and watch the playthroughs too. It's literally having your snorts and eating your mucus too. And he somehow still figured out a way to fuck all that up. You could have had 5,000 people who watched the whole playthrough, the whole way through, 100 plus parts. And then you could have 5,000 people watching your vlogging channel and then go over and watch the actual playthrough the whole way through also. And he couldn't do that because he's a fucking idiot. And if you only had 10,000 people, let's just say, if you only had 10,000 people and you had to divide that up, wouldn't you want to do it that way? Wouldn't you rather have 5,000 people watch all of your shit and then another 5,000 people watch your vlogging stuff and maybe be enticed to go ahead and watch the playthroughs too? It's a win-win if you play it right. And he had the opportunity and the means to do it, and he didn't. And this is Mr. Business Degree. This is Mr. Oh, I sat there and was at my daddy's company and I completely restructured this part of the company to make it more efficient. But yet he couldn't do any of that with a YouTube or a Twitch channel? Jesus Christ, he couldn't even do that with his own forums. But it's everybody else that are these untalented idiots who don't know shit about shit. Yet you have a whole market, because that's really what it is. You got a whole market share out there, which is just restreaming. Something that is proven and is tested to be profitable. I can't speak for Tevin on this, but let me say this much. Do you think Tevin thought the shit was going to be profitable when he started restreaming, Phil? But it came incredibly lucrative. So much so, in fact, that he wanted to go ahead and, this is my interpretation of it, he wanted to go ahead and let everybody get a piece of it. There's nothing preventing anybody from restreaming anything from Phil. If anything, it sounds like some of these guys are on a schedule, or if someone doesn't want to stream a certain game that someone else does. It really seems a lot like IBS, Internet Blood Sports, back in the day before they turned on each other. It's kind of like that, except for we haven't turned on each other. Well, at least not completely, from what I've heard. Anyway, it's kind of like Internet Blood Sports. Like the whole schedule. Quick bit of history on that. So the big three that you had was the Kumite. Then you had Warski, and then you had Ralph. This is when Ralph was still back on YouTube. Okay, there was your big three. And then Baked Alaska kind of squeezed himself in there a little bit. Those guys, it's my understanding that those guys were essentially working on a schedule. Ralph was always going to be the late night show. He was the one who was going to do the recap of everything that happened during the day. He could pull the guests on after they were on Worski's show, or even made a small appearance on Tonkasaw's show, or the Kumite, if you will. And he was the one to basically wrap it all up. Great gimmick. Not a gimmick, but a great structure, to be honest. And it brought in a lot of money. Worski gives you guys the meat of it all. You know what I'm saying? He gives you everything. He can even get some of the players who were actually in some of the situations onto the show. You can get their point of views. You can get opposing point of views. I mean, a lot of the arguing and great debates, to be honest with you, happen on Worski Live. So you get it all from there. And then Tonka and Failure early on got the opening bits. They were the ones who essentially helped bring the situation to light and basically get the situation lined up for Worski for later. But all of that had to be structured on a schedule. For a while, the way I remember it is that Tonka said he wanted the earlier slot, so Worski's like, all right, I'll take the end slot, and then I'll make sure I get off at a prompt enough time, so then there's no crossover leading into the what's it called, the Ralph retort. And then I can't remember exactly how Baked Alaska falls into play, but he fitted right there into that situation too. You know what I'm saying? So the point being is that there's enough market share for everybody. There's enough market share for everybody. And with that being said, how did Phil fuck all this up for himself? How did he become so fucking hated when there was so much opportunity out here for everybody? And now look. He's sitting here fighting for scraps that is moldy, if you will, that the vermin won't even touch. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you look at what other successful streamers and YouTube content creators are doing, whether with new games or old games, Phil's not doing any of that. He's not thinking about any of that. He can't touch any of that. He's sitting here doing the same tired shit that he was doing back in 2011. That's exactly what the fuck he's doing. And he sat there and he lied to people, or he tricked people into, I guess I should say, into believing that he was keeping up with everybody else. He's not. Not even close. And this is what the reality is. But he has the nerve to say that other people don't have talent? How does that work?
Talk about that. But I hate when they're gonna abuse kids and use kids to make a fucking buck. Yeah, then I get pissed off.
In here, the troll's taking my tail. As long as the troll takes the tail, it doesn't matter, as long as we have it. Overtime. What? Oh, we were winning and now we lost. Seriously, we were winning at the last minute. Somehow they grabbed a bunch and we lost. Well, that sucked. I tell you they aren't. I can't believe how bad Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was. I couldn't believe it. Because so many people had told me you gotta play it. It's virally popular. Everyone's playing it. You gotta play it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is what everyone's playing and saying is good. Like, this is like one of the worst things I've ever played in my life. I couldn't believe how bad it was. How unscary it was. How poorly made it was. Like, it was just like a bunch of pixelized garbage. It didn't look anything like anything that would scare anyone. And I couldn't understand why it scares a single person. And of course, we know our answer. Because people want to make money. So they sat there on camera screaming like a sissies and made money doing it. So I didn't make it to the 4th round. I didn't even make it to the 2nd round.
Oh, again! Oh my god! Oh my god, I suck!
Frog in a party at Cheer, he says, if you play what you want, why can't Ninja and others play what they want? They can! What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you an idiot? What the fuck are you talking about? When did I ever say they can't play something? Boy, you're a dunce. This is what I mean, people just jump, you're making the dramatic jump to try to say something that I didn't say. I never said that. He can play whatever he wants. Let him play Fortnite, let him play other games competitively, let him sit there and grab his foot and pretend like it's a keyboard and play like this all day on stream. I don't give a what the fuck he does. Let him fucking mukbang. I don't care. I don't care about fucking Ninja. Shut the fuck up about him. Or else get banned. How about that, bitch?
Oh, Phil actually is a really toxic person, so we're just gonna keep saying, why am I toxic? Because it's a meme.
Normal, not
what a coward. What a fucking coward. Holy shit.
Thank you tonight is that we had a group of about 12 people who came in here at once. all basically trying to get me to talk about fucking ninja and shit. I don't care about it. They won't shut the fuck up about it. They're purposely trying to derail my stream. It's annoying. When I'm trying to have fun with the game, so my last stream of the week, I'm just trying to have fun with the game, unwind, interact with my audience. Instead, it's got to be, let's start fucking, you know, with bait and start controversy. It's like, how about this? How about you get the fuck out of my stream, you get a fucking life for yourself. So maybe once you'll crawl out of your parents' basement, maybe go on a date, you know? Maybe if you stop fucking trolling on the internet, you'll get a life.
Wow, Phil, why can't they go ahead and just follow your example and poach from their fan base? I mean, Jesus Christ, Phil, it worked so once the first time, you did it twice. I'm just saying. It's not like he met Panda at, I don't know, whatever after school fucking activities she was at and shit, and went ahead and struck up a conversation and picked her up there. He fucking poached her from his fucking fan base. Because what? She sent him a message once saying that, hey, I like your videos, and then you obsessively messaged her back until she agreed to date you? Wow, that sounds like some creep shit. And then with Catherine, there's all kinds of fucking debates on how that shit happened, but clearly what the issue was is he was probably talking to her at one point or another through DMs. I still hold to the theory that he was talking to Catherine while he was still with Panda. I honestly think that. I honestly think he was talking to, because him and Panda's relationship by January of 2017 was in the shitter anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was talking to her that early. And given his behavior with trying to hide shit, or with hiding shit, like Jasper, for example, it doesn't make my theory that far off of the mark. But he was clearly talking to Catherine for a hot-ass minute before he responded to her in June of 2017 about OBS, June or July, about her issue with OBS. And then after that, she basically quit social media. So that's my theory. That's my situation. At least that's what I'm thinking what happened. And some of the evidence points to it. So that is what that is. But I'm just saying, Phil, like, you know what I'm saying? You want to call people losers and maybe they can go out and get a relationship. I mean, why not? They could just sit at home on their dumb asses like you did and then just poach vulnerable women, which is what you did. Oh, well. To each their own.
This is not good. This is what happens when you don't concentrate. You just try to rush through. You get fucked up. Well, I'm definitely not qualifying. Definitely not. I totally wasn't paying attention. I was just kind of like rushing through and...
Well, am I addicted to wagers? No, the thing is they're fun. They add another aspect to the stream. Another thing for people to do rather than just watch the gameplay. And it's fun to do them. $15 of tips. If you guys want to help me the most, please tip me tonight. Okay, I need to help with tomorrow with tips, so please, if you can tip me, please do. Would help, again. Second half of the stream.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys...
Someone presented this and was like, hey, why do you think that Phil won't play WWE Champions on stream? Because he can't compete in it. Now, this is something that, to be honest with you, there have been plenty of other detractors who have spoke about. My particular take on it is because he can't compete without paying money or without spending money. To be honest with you, that's really what it comes down to. It's literally pay to win. You can grind WWE Champions if you like, but it does become gradually more harder doing so. He doesn't want that. He wants the path of least resistance. To make his money, let me put it into perspective. To make his money, he has to suffer. Just, being as blunt about it as possible. To make his money day in, day out, he has to suffer. He has to humiliate himself. He has to play games that he's completely and totally inept at, as if he was in the bedroom with Catherine right now. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He never knew what the fuck he was doing. He's completely and totally out of his element. He wants games to be brain dead easy. He's always looked for stuff like that. That's why gacha games are right up his alley, because there is no resistance. There is no struggle if you don't want to. He throws, a couple $100 a week at it or whatever the case may be, and for the most part, he gets exactly what he wants. Now, he doesn't realize that he's merely just a cog in a much larger machine. He doesn't see it that way. He sees it as instant gratification. I throw my money down, I get my wins, I get the card that I want, and then on top of that, it has its own built-in community of other quote-unquote clout chasers, right, if you will. I'm not saying that they are and they aren't, but essentially that's what it is, or that's what he treats it as, that will basically praise him and or envy him in some way, shape, or form because of his achievements, whether they care that he actually grinded to get it or he paid to get it. Matter of fact, for those who do grind, I don't even think they get the type of respect that they deserve over the people who are willing to shell out large amounts of money, to be honest with you, which is right up his alley. He's not paying, so to put that further into perspective, he's not paying for the cards, he's paying for the clout. Because the community part of it is what he wants. He wants another place that's outside of all of this, that with people who don't necessarily know what his reputation is. To some example, that's just kind of been blown up by Nigel of UKIP at this point, at least for the most part. But by a community that doesn't necessarily know him for all of his shortcomings and misgivings, and there are a lot of them, and see him for the whale that he is, and for whatever insight, if you want to call it insight, that he brings to the table. That's what he wants. He wants to be recognized for something, and it doesn't matter to him how much he has to pay to get it, as long as he gets it. So it's more than just the cards. It's more than just the 4-star, Hulk Hogan or Macho Man or whatever the case may be. It's the clout that comes with it, with the community that's around it. That's what he wants. It gives him a chance to go ahead and talk his shit about wrestling, talk his shit about the game, and people who will actually listen to him because look at his stats. It is what it is. And believe it or not, as toxic as he was, I should say, to some degree, a highly prized whale for a while, until some Samaritans went over there and did some work and put the bulletin out on him, stamped the edict, if you will, on his name, saying, hey, this is who is in your guild. You may want to think about this. Just throwing it out there. And, the bigger guilds probably won't even touch him at this point. He's jumped through like 2 or 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? And most of them won't even touch him anymore. He definitely can't go back to the ones that he was part of. They're not willing to risk it. So, but that's what he's paying for. At least in my opinion. That's what he's paying for. That's what his thought process is. And it's something that he can't get. He can't obtain that in the FGC. He can't obtain that on YouTube or Twitch. And he never was able to obtain that in real life, which is the reason why he buried his fucking head into the ground for the internet all those years ago when he did. That's why he doesn't want to go back and get a real job. That's why he doesn't want to interact with his neighbors or talk to anybody new while he's out. He's too scared to. You know what I'm saying? He's been reborn, using that term loosely, he's been reborn in this internet shit. It's all he kind of really knows. Even when he talks about jobs at Current, he doesn't fucking know. He's 10 plus years removed from it. He doesn't have a fucking clue. All he's doing is piggybacking off of Panda and Catherine's experiences. And even then, he's not getting the full story because Darkside Phil only hears what he wants to hear, and everything else gets discarded. Anything that he can use, he's going to use. He'll use it. Everything else just gets discarded. He's someone who hears you. He's not listening to you. That's the difference. He's always been that way. And it's ironic because he hates it when people does that to him. But he does it to everybody. He does it to virtually fucking everyone. And that's the reason why he's so misinformed. And that's why when he gets called out, he wants the conversation just to be shut down because he doesn't want to humiliate himself any further. And that's why he gets upset and he gets toxic and he wants to say all the bullshit he says. It's just the person that he is. End story.
Really help me with tips, I'd really appreciate it. I need the help with tips for tomorrow. So if you could help me with tips tonight, please do. Thank you in advance. We're about 1 more hour left.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の抗争に巻き込まれていた。
Now we only have 4. Secret Gaming won't let me go and glitch. Look at this! We're in a glitching standoff. Oh my god, it's gonna be a tie. Fucking eliminated, come on. I have nothing to do with that. It's so stupid. That's why I don't like the team-based ones, because it has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything wrong. The fucking idiots on my team suck shit. Damn. It's getting crazy down there. There's like nothing below me. shit! Damn it! Damn, that was close, dude.
But we're $32 in tips, so still no gunner glasses, still no vest. It'd be nice if we could get some more tips in. It would be really awesome if we could hit the tips goal to help me out for tomorrow, okay?
I can't stop getting hit. Wow. And now the troll holds me back as well. How fun. This is how stupid this is, like, this is why I gotta try to get new servers and stuff. And by the way, I think this is why I'm probably gonna stop playing Fall Guys soon. Because if these guys are gonna keep fucking with me, then it's not fun. There's no way I can ever win anyway, because they're just gonna keep fucking with me, see? I'll never have a chance if these guys are just gonna constantly fuck with me, so. Whoa! Cool. Not through that. And round over! Just like that.
That's 100% my fault. That's completely my fault. I sucked ass.
Nope. 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 Like I said, if I actually paid attention, like, the thing is that, I'll be honest with you guys, I hate rollout. I think rollout is the worst.
Right now, we're still only at $32 in tips, everybody. I would appreciate, do like the content, if you can support me here in the last few minutes of the stream. We've been very slow there, not even a third of the tips goal tonight.
Well, I can't score because of this idiot, this fucking piece of shit right here. So I guess I'll just stand here doing this, because I can't do anything else, because he's not going to allow me to do anything, right? Well, might as well not even play, there's nothing I can do. Isn't it great when pieces of shit ruin fucking fun sessions, guys? But I tell you, this is why I was telling you, I don't think I can even play this regularly anymore. Like, seriously, if people are gonna do this, I don't think I can regularly play this anymore. If every time I play it, we're gonna have this shit, you know?
Basically, here's a whiny baby. And by the way, yes, this was a troll tip, so I'm refunding it right now.
See, shouldn't that have been classified as a rage quit? Because that's essentially what that was. That was a massive fucking rage quit. Oh well.
Someone was trying. They think they're smart, but they're actually idiotically stupid. They're trying to impersonate someone who earlier this week did a good tip, and they think I'm dumb enough to fall for it. Their unverified fucking, stolen credit card tip. So it sucks. Yeah, we're still at $32 in tips, and in reality, we're lower than that now. We're actually less than that now, thanks to this piece of shit.
Mark McCauley says, as a content creator, are you a victim of your content creation past? You said something that made me cringe. I wouldn't term it victim.
Tom Bone took me $1. Says, do you ever get tired of being the victim? Yeah, every day. I don't ever want to be a victim. I never wanted to be, but sadly I am,
Like, I said stupid shit in the past, so obviously it's out there, it's public. I uploaded it myself, right? It's not like I removed it from the internet. It's all still there to show that I said and did dumb shit when I was younger. I wouldn't call that being a victim. I would call that just kind of being ignorant.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Because again, 10 years ago, the world was a very, very different place. People had very different attitudes. Culture itself was very different from how it is today, in a lot of ways. So, things that were funny 10 years ago are not funny anymore. And people will look back at a quote you said 10 years ago and say, oh my god, look what you said, can you believe it? Or, they try to find things that are stupid, that aren't true, and then they spin them as real. Here's an example of that. So, yesterday, the trolls were putting all over Twitter, oh, here's a clip of when Phil was playing with his own junk.
It is absolutely gross looking.
And he filmed it with his phone and sent it to a fan, but he accidentally put it on his YouTube channel. It was very embarrassing. It's not what happened at all. Someone had gotten my mobile upload code off of my YouTube page.
I don't know about this whole mobile upload thing, so I can't speak on that. But he said uploaded it and sent it to a fan. That fan, ladies and gentlemen, was probably Panda. Just to keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? So just to keep that in mind, right? Because, that's a thing. That's how you groom them, Phil.
I had recorded it and didn't know what it was, so someone was using that code to bypass all my login information and actually upload gross videos to my DSP gaming channel for like a day. They did it like 3-4 times that day, until someone finally figured out what they were doing, and I deleted all the videos and I changed the mobile code, and then that ended. But here's someone who's like, oh, I found a video from like 10 years ago where Phil's grabbing his penis, and this was leaked. It's like, that's not me. that was the one day that idiot was doing that. And, obviously I was embarrassed because that's not me.
Nope, that's my lie. Got him. Got him.
Lie there, you liar, you.
I'm good at lying.
But it's just another case of trolling, things over the years.
If you say so.
You go.
Now, like I said, more than likely something like that was probably made for Panda. Now, here's my question, though. how many other women do you think he... Let's reword that. How many other girls do you think Phil was courting in his time on YouTube? What if, a big what if, by the way, what if that that video wasn't meant for Panda? Maybe if it was even before Panda's time. I don't know exactly when the date was for that. And let's say that was for another girl. Who do you think that was? I remember distinctly watching some older Detractor content that, what was that girl's name? Was it Gamer Nicole, I think? Was a pretty big staple in Phil's community until Panda showed up, and then she kind of bowed out. I'm not saying, nor am I implying, that there was that anything ever happened between any of them, or there was a relationship, or they were talking or anything. I'm not saying any of that. So let me make that very, very clear. But what I am saying is, Gamer Nicole is like a couple of the random females that were kind of floating around at that time who were vocal in Phil's community. So who's to say anything about anything on who Phil may or may not have been talking to, or who he was trying to court, or whatever the situation may be, before Panda, until he was able to get Panda to bite. And keep in mind, though, too, the only reason why Panda conceded, essentially, and became his girlfriend is because he wore her down for months on end. Like, it wasn't like, you know, like, hey, do you want to be my girlfriend or whatnot? And she, you know, it sounded like, according to the way Tevin explained it, it sounded like he grinded her down over a long period of time until she finally conceded and did it. Which, that doesn't sound too far off of the mark. I'm not surprised by something along those lines. So just keep that in mind. Keep that into perspective. So, back to the original point. If that video wasn't meant for Panda, then who was it meant for? Something to think about.
So, people wait until something's way outdated or way out of context, and then they'll actually try to spout it as like a fact. Like, oh, see what Phil did? That's not even me. It's not me in the video. But they'll say that to try to fucking get me in trouble, or look what Phil said 10 years ago. Well, 10 years ago, in context to that game playthrough, in context to how things were back then, that wasn't considered cringe. That wasn't considered a bad thing to say. Today, culture's completely changed. Now it is, you know? That's why you gotta look at the date of the fucking video. But no, I would never say, ever. I would never say, ever, that I'm a victim of that. That's stuff that I legit did. Stuff that I legitimately did. It doesn't matter if it was in context, out of context, you did it. And you have to fess up to it, and you're not a victim. But you can admit, gee, okay, things were different back then. Now I know that's wrong. I would never do that in the present day. That's not being a victim. No,
it is being a victim. And the reason why I can say that is because, ladies and gentlemen, this idiot has been spouting off since he made money on YouTube that this was a business, at least from his gaming stuff, to some degree, that this is a business. So, as a business, everything that you do, right, whether it's popular or not, should be taken in context and should be held to some type of standard to the business that you're running. Yeah, there are going to be long-term ramifications for some of the shit that he's done and said. He knows this. So with that being said, if you're running a business, why wouldn't you conduct yourself in the way that a business would? Especially if you're not planning on getting a real job and you're going to stick to slushing around doing this shit in the long term. And then more importantly, a lot of that, I debate that most of it was forced. He did it because he wanted to get a reaction out of people, and then when it didn't happen, he blocked those people. So you have bad comedic timing, you can't read a room for jack shit, you're not funny, and now you're trying to force these just incredibly stupid jokes and gimmicks on people in the hopes to get a reaction and to get back to where you were a couple years prior to the peak of your popularity, in air quotes, and you're failing miserably. If you really look at it, Phil's probably been in a decline since 2012. Some people say since 2011, since he started making money on YouTube, he was in a decline. Or on his gaming stuff, I should say. The dude has perpetually been failing for years. You're talking about an individual, ladies and gentlemen, who may have, at his highest point, been making $200,000 a year and stumbled all the way down to what, 10, maybe 20,000 if he's lucky a year off YouTube now? The only 100,000 plus he pulling these days is begging on Twitch. Everything that he built up, he didn't build anything, by the way, so I'm trying to put this into context. Everything that was put together for him, I should say, by John, let's say it this way, by his friends, by his family, meaning that the money that he used, the money they gave him to prop his ass up, on top of the times that he exploited them for his content, and then his fan base, all of that was invested into YouTube, and it all failed. Monumentally, it fucking failed. And now he's doing the shit that he's doing now, and where's that really getting him? What is that even worth? And in actuality, he has said that he's a victim of all this shit because because people like myself were the ones who pointed it out. Oh, if these guys wouldn't sit there and harp about it, no one would care. You guys are the reason that people fucking hate me for that stupid shit. It was off-color jokes. I was just trying to be funny. Everybody knew that I didn't really mean it when I said it, but you guys sat there and pointed it out, and you made it a thing, and now I can't get opportunities. Does anybody not remember that? That's one of his biggest victim segments, I think. I think any begging video he's ever done essentially paints him out as being a victim, and it's like all these people took what I did out of context, or they didn't understand what I was trying to get across or whatever, and they turned people against me. Well, you don't turn people against you unless you participated in that very act, and that's what happened. He had alienated his fan base long before Slow Beef or any of these other guys even came across him. A lot of people feel that when Sons of Kojima showed up, they were just picking off of the carcass anyway. It was a rather big carcass. So what is he talking about? He has done more to perpetuate his own failure than anybody. He has literally sunk the SS Snort before the iceberg even popped up. And he never really hit that iceberg. The ship gave out. But yet again, whose fault is that? He didn't have to keep going about it the way he did. He could have changed up. He could have made the quality better. He could have made the content better. He could have done a lot of things. He could have just conducted good business. He could have collaborated with people. He could have broadened his horizons and or the fan base. And the few times he did try to do that, he didn't stick with it because it wasn't pulling in what he thought it was going to pull in or what he feels it should have pulled in. So he gave up on it. Well, then, in turn, yet again, it's your own fault. Look at KO Gaming. KO Gaming is a great example. A great example. I mean, at the end of the day, he did what he could with what he had and whatnot. But essentially, he was trying to... KO Gaming only really exists, to be honest, to go ahead and try to do edited content, which he used to shit on, saying that that was for people who had very short attention spans. He's on record for saying that. And to basically try to get a piece of This Is How You Don't Play by using his fan base to make the content. And then when that shit didn't pop off, because they were nothing more than glorifications of his own... How do I word this? The KO Community Creations Program was really more self-masturbation by his audience. That shit wasn't... Those guys, the people who made those This Is How You Don't Plays for Phil, they knew what's inside of it This Is How You Don't Play. And they know what they should have done to make that shit funny or make it successful. Instead, they catered it, or they curved it, if you will, in such a way that Dark Side Phil is comfortable with it, not actually making it entertaining. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the fundamental problems with Dark Side Phil in the first place. He doesn't put out content to be entertaining. He puts out content to make himself, to put himself in the best light possible and to make money. he has given up on trying to entertain people for a long time. You want to know why? Because his failure is entertaining. And he doesn't want to profit off of that because he's scared. He's scared because his fragile little pathetic fucking ego is built on this shit so goddamn much that he will literally cripple himself financially to keep his ego propped up, which is the whole reason why this whole crowdfunding bullshit exists in the first place. The reason why he never got a larger mainstream presence and or popularity and or success. Because his little fragile fucking ego had to be first. Which crippled everything. And that's the reason why his dumbass is where he's at now. Instead of being able to laugh at himself, right? Everybody needs to laugh with him. And he crippled himself financially to do it. When he left YouTube, even before he left YouTube for Twitch again, if he would have just shut the fuck up when Apocalypse happened, he would have been on Machinima till Machinima fell. When Machinima finally did end up biting the dust, he would have been on there till their last day, more or less. At least as long as, well, no, I don't think Max was on Machinima. No, Max was on Machinima. Maximilian. I think he was on Machinima before he went to get using his own Google AdSense. I think. It was either him or Birdman, and I don't think it was Birdman. I think Birdman was on oh shit, my bad. Okay, we're good. I think Birdman was on full screen, I think Max though was on Machinima. He could have been up there for as long as Max was, theoretically, more or less, if he would have just kept his mouth shut. But no, he needed these people to fucking help him with his 30% of lost revenue. Which is ironic because if you look at the stats and you look at his begging videos leading up to him being dropped by Machinima, he was already in a decline. He was already bitching about being in a decline long before Apocalypse came about. He tried to sit there and merge his own declining viewership with Apocalypse and hoping that Machinima would just compensate him. And if he could just talk to one person and give his pathetic sob story that we've all heard hundreds of times, I would assume, he thought that he could somehow get away with it. Why would the fucking president of Machinima, for example, give a fuck that you chose to do this for a living and your income is down by 30%? He says it's 50, but it's really 30. 30% or 33%. Why the fuck would he or she care? Sorry, diversify. Sorry, do something else. He didn't want to do something else, though. He could have gone to Machinima back then. He could, well, he already was, sorry, not Machinima, Twitch, but he was already on Twitch at that point. He already went back to Twitch. This is how greedy he was. Hear me out. Late 2016, I talked about this earlier on in the broadcast. Sorry, I'm extremely talkative today. Early on in this broadcast, I talked about it. End of 2016, like November or December, he ends up going back to Twitch. Okay, 2017 was when Apocalypse happened. Okay, he's already got his managed partnership back. He already has all these different ways of making money on Twitch. And he still has Patreon at this point. Why are you bitching about this money on YouTube then? You already have Twitch. You already have Patreon. Push those things to the moon and keep putting up your watered down half snorts on fucking YouTube until shit gets worked out. He didn't want that. He wanted all the money that was coming from Twitch and all the money from Patreon, and he still wanted his I would say inflated YouTube paycheck as well. And his greed fucked him, as it usually does. That's why he ended up getting knocked off of Machinima. He already had another avenue to go to. Phil didn't diversify on YouTube because he thought it was a good idea. He did it because he had no choice. So once YouTube Machinima let his ass go, then he had to beg the audience in your typical begging video, white shirt, eyes fucking all red and shit because he'd been crying all goddamn day like a bitch, and then begged his audience to get him another MCN. Someone found Curse, and he went to Curse. And was doing just fine over there until he got pulled over by Leveria Media, or Fotabi. And that almost fucked him because he essentially broke a contract that he just got into with Curse. If Curse chose to be like, hey, sorry guy, You've already gone ahead and jumped ship before you ever really got on the ship. Sorry, we can't take you back, or it's going to be a 90-day grace period, or whatever the case may be. He'd have been fucked. Well, he'd have been hurting. He wouldn't have been fucked, but he'd have been hurting. But yet again, who told him to jump from Curse to Fotabi or Laveria? Why did he jump from Fotabi or Laveria Media, or from Curse to Laveria? Because of greed. And it's always been that way. It has always been that way with him. He always needs a little bit more than what he's actually deserving of, or what he's actually worked for. And it always comes back to get you. It always comes back to get you. And Phil's a great case study of that. He's a great case study in a lot of ways, really, but certainly when it comes to being ignorant and being greedy, and how that's a really bad combination, he's the poster boy for that shit. And I'd like to see, and no one's going to say anything differently because it's true. There's no one that can argue that point because it's true.
Someone outright lies about you. Yeah, then you're a victim of a lie. That's different.
It's close, but we're just not catching up. Which basically means my team sucks, they're not holding the batteries well enough. Yeah. Nah, there's no way we can win. 5 seconds left. This is stupid. I did nothing wrong. I played it well. I covered a ridiculous amount of squares. I lose because my team sucks ass.
Boy, I suck. I'm so rusty now at this.
Conduit 3, are you serious? Oh my god, Conduit 3. Conduit 3 just showed up and showed you says the tip was real, dude. Conduit 3, it's way too late. Why didn't you say that earlier? I asked you on stream and you didn't respond. Oh my god. Well, it's now, not only can't I undo the refund on your tip, you're blocked from tipping moving forward, and I have to now manually contact the people to get you unbanned because you didn't respond.
What a fucking tard.
So
going back to what I said earlier on in this broadcast about how blame the situation. If you can't blame the situation, blame the person. So you got an unverified tip from a person who's tipped you regularly, right? Who's unverified, even though he keeps accepting tips, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, oink, oink, and it says that, hey, I tried to go ahead and ask you if you were here, you didn't respond. Yet Phil tells us that people come in all the time, drop tips and leave, and it's not a big deal. So now, not only do you need to verify your account on PayPal so Phil can see your personal information, i.e. your essentially your real name and your email address, which is more than enough anyway. But whatever. I'm pretty sure that's the extent of what he can see. But anyway, I think, don't hold me to that. I could be wrong. He can see enough of your personal information to find out who you are if he chooses to. He has to definitely get a Wait, hold on a second. Someone has sent me something on this before. Give me just a second. Let's see, email, right there. He gets your. Okay, he can essentially see a name, an email, and he can probably see a billing address. Which I would assume for any financial transaction. Yeah, that's what they have here. They have a little bit more here too. Let me read that further, and then we'll talk about that in a future broadcast. But it's something along those lines. I'm sure by the time you guys have seen this, that shit has already been cleared up by like James the Lesser or someone or Agent Proper, somebody like that, and Lee. I'm sure someone's already spoken about that, or they will eventually. But he gets enough to find out who you are. That's the whole point of you being verified in the first place. Because what is the point of verification, ladies and gentlemen? By definition, what the fuck does verification mean? You got to put in some real information so they can tell who you are, right? And then isn't this the same idiot who said on a few occasions, I should say, I say it's many because I feel like it's many every time he fucking bitches about this, that when an investigation goes on about a dispute on chargebacks, that PayPal goes to him to see what information he has to help them with their investigation. So what information does Phil have that fucking PayPal needs to go to him to get? Womp womp. In any case, He's accepted. There are plenty of people who have tipped that aren't verified who come in, drop money, and bounce. So this idiot, going back to my original point, this idiot wants you to verify who the fuck you are, right? And then when you give a tip, he wants you to be there for roll call just to make sure that the tip is real and then be out. And that's another thing too. How many people has Phil, quote unquote, fucked over by refunding them tips who are actual people who have given him legitimate tips in the past? It's almost as if he assumes, paranoia, that everybody anybody and everybody who's ever been loyal to him, if they're not willing to dox themselves, essentially, that they all must be trolls. We're talking about people who have been tipping him for years, but may not feel comfortable with verifying their account or may not be around enough to verify to hear him even say it. And yet he demands this from them? And now, yet again, making it seem like it's their fault. Oh, well, you should have been here for roll call. Oh, you should have verified your account, dude. Now you're blocked from fucking ever tipping me. And then we're bitching about how, let's see here, $34 is a really slow night. Because he's slowly but surely cutting off everybody who used to be able to tip him. And then think about that too, briefly, and let's go ahead and keep going. Think about all the people who are unverified who he has blocked them from tipping. Now, if those people ever try to tip him again and they see that they can't do it, most of them, I would assume a small demographic of them, I should say, are probably going to be like, well, fuck it then. I'm done. And then, bloop. And then they just don't tip them anymore. They may not bother or go through the trouble, if you want to call it trouble, to email them and be like, hey, you blocked me from tipping you. What happened? Not everybody's going to do that. And since Phil doesn't shout out his Patreon enough, they may not go to his Patreon. So then what? You see what I mean? All this over what? His frail little fucking ego and paranoia? He's been taking unverified tips for fucking years. Not all those people ever trolled him. Or they certainly never charged back on him. So now he sat there and equated all of them to being trolls. And why did he do that, ladies and gentlemen? To make himself the victim. And since I'm a victim, and since I'm scared, and since I'm paranoid, I really need you guys to verify your account so I can feel better. You guys see the gimmick now? But I thought he said previous in this broadcast that he wasn't a victim. That he doesn't like portraying himself that way. He's never portrayed himself as a victim. Sounds like he did that to me. And it sounds like this is the residuals of all that. Oh, well, what do I know? I'm some brain dead detractor.
Just be a lesson to everyone. If you're going to contribute during one of my streams, and you have an unverified PayPal, which I've warned everyone against, I said, do not tip me with an unverified PayPal, okay? You have to be here. Don't do it and then not be here and don't respond, because if you do, there's nothing I can do. You have to understand, I had so much scamming happen against me in a short period of time.
Here comes the victim segment. But wait a second, though. I'm not done yet. So, I thought he said that if you're going to tip him, it needs to be a verified account, despite the fact that he's contradicted that plenty of times. Now he's saying, well, if you tip me from an unverified account, you need to be here for roll call, just like I said, and whatnot, to verify that the tip is real. But you're also saying that I've told all of you, that if you're going to tip me, it needs to be verified. So which one is it? Are you going to accept tips from unverified accounts as long as the person's there to confirm it? Or does everybody need to have a verified account? Which one is it going to be? And then, here's the real pig-tart shit. If you have a situation like this going on, why don't you direct them to PayPal then? If you guys want to contribute to me, and you don't want to verify your account, please contribute to my Patreon. Take that $50, $60, $63, $70, or whatever the case may be, and pledge it to my Patreon. No, because the greed is massively strong. He's got no fucking self-control. And he wants your money that night. He doesn't want to wait until the following month, then when the beginning of the next month, when PayPal cashes him out. He wants your money right then and there. So now you have someone who I know I've heard that name before at one time or another, right? He sat there and taken a long time contributor because he knows him. He clearly knows the name, I should say. And now you ain't blocked this guy from fucking tipping because you're a paranoid piece of shit. Because now you ain't gotten yourself all fucked up. Wow. It's pretty funny. Pretty sad too and pathetic, but it's very funny nonetheless.
Okay, that I have to protect my butt. I do. So when I see an unverified tip come in, I have to believe that it's not real, unless someone to the contrary says, no, Phil, it's me. You can trust me. See here, I'm a longtime viewer. I'm a supporter. And I asked Conduit 3, I asked in the stream chat, I asked on the stream, I said, is Conduit 3 here, and is this really yours? And you didn't respond. You didn't respond till right now. This is a good half an hour later, you know? So, I'm sorry about that. Sucks. But it's life, you know? Now, here's the other thing. You gotta verify your PayPal account, dude. Because if it were verified, I would have been able to trust it right away anyway, you know? So now this kind of sucks, because obviously this was something that I needed. I could have used the help for sure. We actually would have hit the tip skull tonight if this had gone through, but I didn't know what the situation was. And Conduit 3 did not respond. By the way, Conduit 3, you spelled your name wrong in the tip. You spelled your name wrong in the tip. You misspelled it for how your name is on Twitch, so I really didn't think it was real. I thought that it was someone impersonating you. You know, which happens. People do this all the time. They'll use the name of someone who was a top tipper or a tipper earlier in the week. They'll pretend to be them, and then they'll have that unverified tip, and then they'll charge it back. So it was like a fail on all fronts. Okay? Alright, so, Conduit 3, apologies. If you'd like to get unbanned, you gotta email me, because I need your information. I need to know actually, like, what's your email address and everything, so I can request a manual unbanning of your account. There's actually no way for me to do it besides putting in a work log for it to have you unbanned from tipping.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
Wait, okay, so real quick. So if you have if you're an unverified account and you send him a tip, he doesn't see anything but the name or the message that you attach to the tip, and that's it. So then by verifying yourself, he sees the name that's on your actual account, despite the one that you signed the tip under. He sees your email, and then he has to get like a billing address or something. That kind of confirms it for me. That kind of confirms it for me. Which only, yet again, adds to the paranoia. That's a lot of fuckery if I've ever heard of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go into. This might not be a 5-video broadcast. This is shaping up to be a 3 or a 4. We'll see, and then everything else will be on the next episode. Maybe that's what's gonna go to. We'll see. But we're gonna go into video number 3 of this broadcast. I will see you guys in just a second. Holy shit, Phil. Oh, you're such a scumbag in these episodes, man. It's hard not to speak on it. It really is.
What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Should be pretty neat. Oh wow, look at this.
We'll see, honey. It's been rather fruitful, to say the very least, so far. I'm long-winded, but this particular branch of videos have definitely paid off very well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here for the third video of our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Let's see here. Double Vest and Double Whale Knight. Oh, congratulations, Phil. Give money or I will wage quit Genshin. That's nothing new. You've already threatened to rage quit that before. And 825 subs to wear jeans. This was published on March 27th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. This ass clown really was not even asking, demanding 825 subs to wear a fucking pair of probably unwashed jeans. Wow, that's special. That's not autistic at all. Here we go.
Already, ladies and gentlemen, we've triggered the $100 tip animation. It is superb, isn't it? It is an excellent animation. Boom. Thank you very much. Of course, this is Jax Raxer. So, oh my god, are you serious? We just got another giant tip. This one from Joyful Oblivion. Another $100 tips celebration animation. Holy shit. Alright, well, I'll shout this one out in a second. It looks like we're doing 2 vests, everybody. We're doing 2 vests, and I haven't even started yet.
If that's Jax, is it a Street Fighter night? Because that's usually the game that he supports, a Street Fighter, so I was just curious. Whatever.
Alright, so anyway. By some chance, we do a triple tips goal, and you guys want to see me put on jeans. I mean, amazing. I guess I'll do it, as stupid as that sounds. Okay? So the second vest is red, so we're going to have a platinum and a red vest night. Half platinum, half red. Alright, I'm going to go grab those. Hold on.
Nope, I interrupted it with the anti-air. Didn't come out again. Look, again. Who's not coming out?
I called it. I'm telling you, Jax only really comes out for fucking Street Fighter. That's like the only game that, well, it's the only game that he really supports heavily, I should say.
He's getting away with bullshit. He's getting away with all those hits he hit me with. I lost 75% health. None of them were legit. It's all because my moves didn't fucking come out. Oh my god. It's so frustrating playing someone like that, because every time you miss a move, if he just keeps doing repeated moves, you get locked down. You get locked down. It's fucking annoying, because all you gotta do is stay away in that fight, but I couldn't get my moves to come out, so he kept getting free ability to get close to me, which he never should have gotten close to me to begin with. Nothing you can do about it, you're playing online.
Well, everyone in the stream chat saying, oh, lag, salt, lag, salt, salt, lag, salt. Oh, hilarious.
He's gonna do a level 3 Desperation Super. Yeah, his air hurricane kick is ridiculous in this game. What? My throw doesn't come out, and I don't get attacked either. That's what I did. Oh my god, his hurricane is ridiculous. I leveled 3 super, and I jumped and stayed.
All I can taste is the saltiness.
Okay, first things first. 1, why is he playing Dan? 2, Dan doesn't have nearly as much priority to be taking on someone like Ken or Ryu or anybody else, really. To be honest with you, you got to pick your spots, or you have to have better setups. 3, if he's really trying to scratch like this Dan itch, he should be playing Street Fighter V right now, because Dan's really, really fun, very enjoyable. He should be doing that instead of playing him in Alpha 3. And I'm sorry, old man Phil should know this. Like, he's been around playing these games long enough to know that, not to say Dan couldn't win that fight, his Dan can't, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he had too many things stacked up against him. It just wasn't going to work like that. Oh well.
Wow, can't air block the fucking Exorcism Super. Wow, why? Oh, the move didn't come out, now I lose. Oh my god, it's bullshit. Dude, my combo didn't finish, so I lost.
My mouth is full of salt.
This is so, I'm telling you, playing Goji Tekken is the worst. His connection is so bad. Every time you get something going, it drops right in the middle because of the fucking lag spike. It's just out of control how much lag there is playing this guy.
It's annoying because you think, oh, I get rewarded for parrying the dive, and you really don't. Wow, he's counter hitting every move I do. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, standing Pierce point. Wow. He completely outplayed me. He knew the match very well. I don't really know that match. I just got destroyed. Destroyed by a decent Yang. He pretty much knew exactly what he was doing, and he spanked me. He spanked my Oro. He bent over the old man. He said, take this.
Oh, oh no! 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 Papa Vera!
Oh, fucking shit!
No! No! Papa Vera!
Ow!
No! No! Papa Vera!
Ow!
Papa Vera! No! No!
Oh, man. Oh, it's delicious. I love that. Pain is pleasure. Well, one more fight, then I gotta leave. This troll's is gonna ruin the lobby, you know it. The trolls is gonna fucking keep ruining the lobby with lag and shit, so. Alright. Oh, here we go. Another troll entered the lobby because another fucking idiot rage quit, so we can only play one match and I gotta leave again.
That's hilarious. Two things. One, big ups to Goji Tanks. I still think Goji's as amazing as Goji's Sean is, and Sean is amazing. Like seeing its progression over the year plus has been fucking amazing. I still think his Alex is absolutely fucking devastating. Devastating. I've seen Goji Tanks pull people's souls out with his Alex. When Street Fighter 6 comes around, whenever that does, I assume that's a couple years off, to be honest. If we're lucky, hopefully it's a couple years off. Phil's definitely going to play it, clearly. But I'm hoping that people like Goji, Ronin, Chaos Wolf, Lady Gambit, Ryu Walks Alone, like, you know what I'm saying, I hope those people are actually playing 6 when it comes around, because that's going to be really, really fun, because one, everybody will be on the exact same level. Everybody will be starting off from scratch. I mean, granted, if you can get like a PS5 or fucking an Xbox, whatever, if you know, hopefully there'll be a little bit more, there'll be better availability by then, but everybody will be on the exact same ground floor, right? So it's going to be really, really interesting, myself included, because I look forward to actually playing that myself, how Phil does with his almost 30-year-old fundamentals at that point on a day one Street Fighter against everybody else. Because if you guys go back to when Street Fighter V was launched, it was nyeh for Phil. Because like I said, he could rely on his fundamentals and shit. But for Street Fighter 6, and for the people that are out there now, like you're talking about a couple generations removed from Phil, the game's going to be different. And more importantly than the game being different, the quality of players are going to be different. Because if you really think about when Phil's playing Street Fighter, playing 30th Anniversary, you have a lot of people who are younger than Phil who are picking up this game and playing it and spanking that ass. You know what I'm saying? And he can't really do much about it, except for his usual excuses. So you're kind of already seeing him diminish with people who haven't been playing the game nearly as long as he has, who don't have his knowledge, for whatever that's worth, in this game, and never had a chance to play the level of competition that Darkside Phil used to play. These people don't have any of these things, and they're beating him out, I feel, very regularly. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, and it has been for a while, he just wants to fight scrubs. He's out scrub hunting. That's all he does. He's scrambling to get that perfect scrub lobby that no one leaves and he can beat everybody, and hopefully nobody else of any skill or merit gets into. But when Street Fighter 6 comes around, what's he going to do then? What's he going to do then? Because Street Fighter 5, you saw how quickly he quit that. And there was a lot of opportunities and a lot of money to be made off Street Fighter 5. Gave all that up. Now, don't get me wrong, the game launched bad. There was a lot of problems, but look at what the game has evolved into now. There's no reason why, and I'm a firm believer of this because I said it, there's no reason why we don't get Street Fighter twice a week. If he's willing to play either 30th Anniversary twice a week, or we get one night of Street Fighter 5 and one night of 30th Anniversary. That might bring Jax out twice. So that's $200 a week just off that guy. Or maybe that brings more of the Street Fighter fans out who actually do fuck with 5 and who may have an additional $20 to $50 a week that they might not mind dropping on him. And he could have been doing this for years, but he could still probably even do this now, maybe. Something about.
Unfucking believable.
Oh, you're getting salt, 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 salt. It's even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
What? Where's my medium kit? Why is my kid not hitting it twice in a row? Wow. It didn't block. Wow. Full screen fail. Full screen fail.
This is annoying because now every lobby has open spots, which means the trolls are just gonna come and waste the spots. You know? Oh my god, fucking Goji thinks again, the laggy motherfucker. I don't want to fucking play you. You lag like shit, dude. Oh my god.
And as Phil bitching about that, I still think, personally, that the lag is on Phil's part, to be honest with you. And given, if you go back and watch some of Phil's, or if you watch his early setup videos for his office, air quotes office / studio / whatever, I guess him busting a nut on fucking stream is tax deductible or a business expense or whatever. But the fact that he talked about poor internet and connection problems with that office from day one, right? And then the fact that the amplifier for the internet is allegedly in him and Catherine's bedroom, which is i.e. really his bedroom, because I don't think Catherine really sleeps in there, but that's debatable. I think the connections, I think there's definitely a connection issue, but I think a lot of it's on Phil's end. And yet again, he could have had this rectified, but he won't, because he's like, oh, well, the only time I could do that is on my day off, and I don't have hours upon hours to be sitting around waiting for them to show up. Now, I don't know how Comcast works or whoever the fuck it is that he's paying for his overpriced internet or whatever. Have no clue. But as far as I know, with like my internet provider, they usually have everything set up in time frames to when you have a level of availability. On top of that, if it's true that, you know, if that's the case, then set it up for early in the morning or set it up for like late afternoon when you and Catherine get home. Because let's be honest, he talks about, oh, me and Catherine are out for like 8 hours. Shut that shit up. They're probably out no longer than 4 to 6 hours, honestly. Which is more than enough time, believe it or not, for him to get in 2 meals and then take 1 home, right? So there's plenty of time to have the internet guy come out there and actually get that shit worked the fuck out. This is your business, is it? Isn't it, or is it not? So you need to do everything that's best for your business. But keep in mind, though, this ass clown keeps telling you that, but he doesn't want to invest in his own business. Let's break it down. Go back to pig lore for a minute. That soundproofing, that was Patreon money. That mic and the mic and the what's it called, the pop filter and everything, and the stand that his laptop sits on. I'm sorry. The camera stand, I think, also the mixer, everything, all that stuff is Patreon money. Essentially, all that stuff is Patreon money. He didn't invest any of that with his own cash. He didn't use the business capital, if you will, to buy all those things. He used that off Patreon money. You know what I mean? All the improvements that he's talking about now is realistically going to either be, it's going to be coming from crowdfunding, which is just another version of Patreon theoretically, but whatever. It's all going to be crowdfunding. This dude hasn't invested shit in his own business for years. The PS4 Pro, the 4K TV, the Nintendo Switch, all of that shit was crowdfunded. He begged for all of those things, especially with the Nintendo Switch, because allegedly his was bricked, and a fan sent him a new one. The PS4 Pro, his PS4 was on its last leg, and someone coughed up the money or bought it and sent it to him. TV, same deal. Someone coughed up the money or sent it to him directly. End of story. That wasn't his money to invest in his business. He wanted to have that fucking three 3D TV downstairs. He wanted that gimmick television. He didn't think about putting any new money in for a new television for his business, for his job. Yeah, he spent $3,000 on that Lemon PC that he has upstairs now. Absolutely fucking hilarious. But that was pretty much it. Even now, with the vest streak, where was the money invested into the business there? Oh, on those like $20, $25 vests that he bought? And then the two popular vests, well, no. The original vest he always had. But that's not even the most popular one. The most popular one is the platinum vest. And that was bought by a fan. A fan bought that. And a fan bought another one too. I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't the Back to the Future one. Or, well, he says it's the Back to the Future one, the red one. That was bought by him. I think he bought the camo one. So it might have been the blue one. It might have been the blue one that he has was bought by a fan too. I know a fan bought two of them, for sure. So where's the actual investing into his own business? He's never going to do it unless they break, first off and foremost, but by then he'll just go ahead and pig squeal and other people will throw up the money for him. Or B, someone actually buys it outright. Someone buys it off of his Amazon wish list and it's sent to him. Other than that, he's never going to do it. And even still, no matter what the circumstance is, someone else is going to end up paying for it. But I thought he runs a business, though. So why wouldn't you want to invest in it?
Good jump. Stupid poker. Not what I did from Anthro. That was Command Throw again. I would have anyway, but it would have been nice to get the fucking move I did. Nice move. He played keep away the whole round very well. Very well. Very good Oro play. Get me away.
He follows me. See? Fuck this guy. He's a fucking online stalker. He can't take his beating and get the picture that he sucks and he has a terrible connection. He has to stalk me every fucking room.
Oniony, salty aftertaste in my mouth.
What the fuck? That's not what I did. I tried to do the dash upper. It didn't come out at all. What the? Why did I whiff? Ah! See, you really, there's no effort wins with Guile. It's seriously no effort wins. Every other character you get to work with, Kyle's like, I just do low kick, low kick, low kick. Oh, Sonic, low kick, low kick. You win. No one can beat it. Wow. Wow, what the fuck? Wow, I can't get over this fireball. Nice. Oh my god. That's all he has to do. That stretch kick beats all of his normals, except unless I counter hit it with a fucking spinning clothesline, which means I can never jump, so.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の構想に巻き込まれていた。
Alright, guys. Enough struggling with this game tonight. It was fun. Don't get me wrong, it was fun. But struggling with this fucking game to try to get matches and just having to fucking face trolls and goji tanks 10 matches out of fucking, 12. It's fucking frustrating as shit. Later tonight, the late stream will be Genshin Impact. Now, I'm going to be very honest with all of you here. So listen up. Tonight's Genshin Impact will determine if I keep playing the game or not. Alright? Last couple of times I played Genshin. I got a lot of complaints that's boring. I got a lot of complaints that I shouldn't be playing this, there's better stuff. And, I'll be honest, contributions were low. So, if people are just going to complain constantly that I shouldn't play the game and then not contribute to support the streams, then I don't see why I should keep playing it. I went back to it because you guys asked for this game for 4 straight months.
So, I'm okay playing Genshin, alright, as long as you guys are going to show up and you're going to support the stream and not complain constantly. So, let's see how it goes tonight, alright? Matter of factly here, if it goes well, people are chill, we have a chill stream, we interact, we have a bunch of fun conversation, and people actually support the stream, then we'll keep it in the rotation. It's gross, it's for this. It's not because they love what they're doing, it's not because for the love of the game or because they're true gamers, it's for this. And this is what it's become.
It's not about putting out a quality review. It's not about putting out a quality playthrough or quality stream. It's about making this.
But that makes it even more ironic because just in the video previous to this, I should say, when we were talking about Ninja and how he only plays games and popularizes games that draw in kids, and he does it all for profit. It wasn't about the game itself, and he didn't give a shit or whatever. Isn't he doing the exact same thing with Genshin Impact right now? He's only doing it for a profit. Excuse me. He doesn't really give a fuck about the game, and he's willing to drop it on a dime. You know what I'm saying? If the money ain't there, is that not the same thing? Or is it not at least similar? Not in the same ballpark at the very least? Semantics.
Subs goal for the month, but it's pretty much a joke. Like 825 subs if we hit it. I told you guys for an entire stream I would wear jeans. Because you guys have somehow made jeans into a meme. That Phil doesn't wear jeans when he streams. He only wears pajama pants or sweatpants. So I made a joke. I said, hey, if we hit a subs goal here, I'll wear jeans for a whole stream. I'll prominently showcase them on the stream. Alright? No one is subbing to do that, by the way. If you haven't noticed, absolutely nobody is subbing to hit a jeans goal. I didn't think they would. Alright? So, it's pretty dumb, and I don't think it's going to happen. But hey, if you support the channel, by all means, subscribe to the channel.
You're a greedy motherfucker.
Pretty Gouty Man cheered. He says, you see on Twitter today, apparently there are 3 or 4 huge marine mammals. They're on the West Coast. They keep being detected by Navy 6 nights a week at night. No. Huge marine mammals, they don't know what they are? What are they, whales? Or is it they're so big they don't know what they are? What are they, fucking plessies? What is this? I don't know. Everyone's laughing at me. I don't get it. Someone says this is supposed to be a reference to Tipper's whales. Well, you failed miserably. That's not even like a side reference to that. So what you've done is you've referenced probably something from a detractor restreamer. That it's an inside joke for you because you think it's funny because it references something they said on a stream. It's not. It's not funny and it doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. In fact, I should just fucking ban you for it now. Seriously. Other people just said I should. I seriously should. I should just say, fuck it, you're an idiot. And just ban you and not have to deal with your nonsense because this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So I'm going to read this again. You ready?
Oh, boy. Alright, so instead of just letting this go, which is really what we should do at this point, just let it go. Okay? It's one of many jokes that apparently goes over your head. You don't understand, whatever. It is what it is. Just let it go and move the fuck on with the stream. You have to lament on this shit. Right? And draw it out for what? To go ahead and get another reaction or a much larger reaction from the very restreamers who you say that are no live losers and should find better things to do with their time. But you're gonna feed into the exact same behavior that they're all watching or they want to see more of. What sense does that make exactly? How are we winning? How are we proving a point? How are we showing that we're above the haters and the trolls by doing stuff like this?
On Twitter today, apparently there are 3 or 4 huge marine mammals on the West Coast that keep being detected by the Navy 6 nights a week at night. How the fuck am I supposed to trans that?
He said, this is really just nitpicky on my part, but he said it was on the East Coast originally. So, yet again, remember what I told you guys about how Phil hears you, but he's not actually listening to you? Same concept. Initially, when he read that out, I swore he said East Coast, not West. Oh, well.
Translate that into, there's people who come to your stream who are whales who contribute. Are you an idiot? No, really, Hurdy Gurdy Man, I gotta ask you something directly. Are you stupid? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's not funny. It's not even a reference that anyone would get until you outright in the stream said, oh, it's a whale reference. I mean, it's the dumbest thing ever.
Toxic ass fucking content.
Ban him? Okay, fine. I'll do it. Everyone wants me to ban you, so here you go. You can get banned. Because you said the dumbest fucking thing on the stream ever. There you go. I banned him. Fuck him.
I'm just going to ban.
I don't even care. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's a fucking supposed to be like a troll reference. Okay, ban him. Fuck him. I don't care. What a moron. Like, no one would even understand that. Unless you're sitting on a fucking restreamer stream who just made that reference, and then you come on here and say it, like, no one would understand that. And it's funny because about 10 people laughed at it. So 10 people got the joke because they're sitting on the restreamer stream. See? I'm not stupid. You're just a fucking asshole. So now you're banned. So now who's the asshole? I sound pretty bad. What are you talking about? I'm not congested. How could I sound pretty bad? Oh my god, shut up. No, I mean it, like, shut the fuck up. People are trying to be trolls now. Oh, you sound bad. I fucking sound great. What are you talking about? Idiot. Trying to piss me off.
Toxic. Oh. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Feel it.
Yeah, very much so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go for one more. Like I said, I want to. It's supposed to be 5 videos. We'll make it 4, and then there's only 7 left. So yeah. So then the last 3 will be on the last broadcast for the month. That'll work. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna go into our 4th video of the broadcast. Let me go into a music break, and then I will see you guys in literally just a second. To get so mad at something small like that is insane. Just let it go, Phil. Just let it go.
Play the game!
Warning, what you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting.
Sound good?
Alright, that's... sounds good to me.
One can only hope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the 4th and final video that will make up our broadcast. I'll save the 5th one for... we'll add it into that last broadcast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see, 4th and last video to make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Let's see, Destroyed and Call of Gouty. Cry Calls Whales. $68. Save Genshin for now. Wow, 60. That's all it took. $68 to save Genshin for now. It's kind of cheap. Anyway, this video was published on March 28th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. And yet again, this will be the last video of the broadcast. Video number 5 will just get added on to the last broadcast of the month, which would be 3 videos, I think. All right, here we go.
Again with this bullshit of the guy that's not on the fucking screen. 2 times in a fucking row he's not there and it gives him a sniper kill. He's not fucking on my screen. Wow, the whole clip. The whole clip into his body, the game says he doesn't die. Right. You're fucking full of shit.
Salt, 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 salt.
Oh, come on! Oh, I'm doing so much work to fucking find someone, and then I finally get behind. Oh, you're gonna kill me behind. Fuck you. Those were all headshots. That's complete bullshit. I put them all into his fucking face.
It's very salty, but it also has this like sour flavor to it. It does.
What the fuck? He danced right through him. He went right through my full auto. Didn't die. It's so annoying, man. Right through him. Oh, I don't care. I'm a Terminator. Watch this. Fuck you.
I've got this aftertaste in my mouth. Ugh. That just, it's not going away. It's a lingering saltiness in my mouth. That is just not very pleasant.
He seems more exhausted from the excuses that he makes than actually playing the game. Oh, that's so good.
Fuck you. He didn't die! god, this is insanity! He had no life. I hit him again with more hip fire, and he still didn't die. Fuck this laggy shit, dude. Nothing I can do. I spawned with a guy at the high ground looking right at me. Thanks a lot, Treyarch, you dumb fucks. That's a really fair fight right there. Jesus, they're morons.
Incredibly salty.
Well, guys, I would appreciate if you like the stream, if you're enjoying what you're doing, I would appreciate contributions because it has been so slow today. Seriously. Take a look. We're about roughly an hour to an hour and a half into the stream, and we got $5 in tips. So, I would appreciate contributions if you like the content and you can do it, okay?
I have 3 bullets. I got another one! Are you kidding? Yo! I keep getting kills with it. What the fuck? Why am I getting so many kills with this thing? Oh no! I got destroyed. Mulchify. Oh, come on, random grenade out of nowhere. Seriously. No one aims that for me.
So FYI, guys, about another 20 minutes, then we're going to go on break for the stream. I would appreciate if you guys could support the stream. The contributions are incredibly slow today. I don't know why. I'm going on a tear today with 2 new weapons. The stream's very fun. I hope you guys will support the stream if you can, okay?
Hardcore begging season.
So, let's take it all in. Let's take all of that in. Just because you've decided to change up and try 2 new weapons, that warrants giving you $100 in a game that he's been playing since what, last November? And only in the last couple of months has he really tried to switch up and try new weapons or go with new builds or whatever the case may be? Yikes. Bare minimum indeed.
Every single person could, oh, that's e-begging. That's not begging. That's advertisement.
That was a headshot. That's complete bullshit. There's no way that couldn't have been a headshot. There was nothing exposed but his head. So that was 100% a headshot, and sure, I can lick my fucking taint.
It's very, very salty.
Advantage.
What? Dude, I shot him in the nuts. That was direct to the nuts. How did he survive?
Securing B.
Dude, this is bullshit because their guns do more DPS, so even though I'm hitting them twice as many times as they're hitting me, I go down. Oh my god, you fucking piece of shit, you're so lucky. What the fuck? It's impossible! That was point blank range into his face and the game said it wasn't. Yo, this is bullshit now. You see what's happening? The connections are flipping and now I can't kill anyone.
Whining, complaining.
Robot Wizard Cheese said, when do the birthday celebrations start? Are we going to get a DSP tries it? Or much better cooking with the king? There's going to be the first week of April, roughly. Alright. However, I just found out that my fucking first day off isn't until like April 2nd. So really there's only going to be like 4 days. But there's not much I can do about that. I'll let you guys know. I think it's supposed to be like Friday. So what's today? Saturday? Yeah, my next day off's not till Friday. So, basically the decorations are only going to be short-lived.
Oh my god, he's drinking salt.
So Ridley Atomic is a man of his word. He took me $85. And
Whoa. Whoa, there's a whale. A giant whale.
I like how the fact that, one, he's mad that apparently his wife Kat is gonna have one less day to put up his birthday decorations, right? So he can celebrate his birthday, which is already autistic as fuck. And whales have to basically make pre-promises to contribute, and then are expected to follow through. First off, if you say you're going to donate, or if you're going to try to donate or whatever, it is what it is. That should be taken at face value. It shouldn't be hoped upon, right? Like, if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. But Phil is that type of fucking idiot who, whenever someone says the littlest thing to him, it's a promise, even if they don't. And yet he cannot keep any of his own promises, or he can't keep his own word on anything. I've never understood that. I've never understood how someone could hold people to account like that, and he can't even do that to himself.
They're literally camping everywhere. They're literally just sitting still camping on every good spot, and there's nothing we can do about it. Wow. Can't do anything about it. Nothing.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Wow, that's fun. That's really fair. Immediate mulch.
But I'll be honest, all I can really taste is salt.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Unreal. It's just instant kill, instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. No shot, no chance to even line up a shot and fire. There's no point in playing. Fuck this.
Whoa, that guy quit. That guy rage quit. He said, fuck this, and he rage quit the game. He actually rage quit the game.
Fucking idiots. What a waste of a fucking match. I'm refunding that. I'm completely refunding that. Fuck Treyarch, you dumb fucks. Absolute worst connection possible, and then advantageous spawns. So fuck that.
It's actually kind of funny seeing him meme out his rage without the sound. It's actually pretty fucking hilarious. And if this idiot would update Windows and update the drivers for the fucking microphone, we wouldn't have these problems. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
He rage quit! He rage quit! Oh my god, he rage quit. Are you fucking serious?
Alright, so I'm back. My microphone had died during the match, and the match was already bullshit lagging nonsense. So I just fucking quit out of it. I had to restart my whole stream thing anyway, in order to get it to work again. So I still got about half an hour left on the stream. Still got about half an hour left. Sorry that I had to split the video and the stream had to go down and come back up to get my mic back. That was complete stupidity. I'm shooting them six times, 8 times, and oh, I pulled the trigger once, you instantly die. Like, it's not bad enough when I'm using an assault rifle and that happens. Now I'm using a handgun, and it's happening worse and worse. Like, come on, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Can't hit him with a handgun. I just spawned. I literally just spawned, took one step forward, and got insta-killed. Dude, Treyarch fucking sucks ass. One more time if it happens, I'm out of here. I'm serious. I'm just gonna keep quitting till they put me back into a non-laggy match. I don't even use those. Where'd he go? Yo, he disappeared. He jumps out of the window and disappears and I can't fucking shoot him. Fuck this. Laggy shit. You know what? Fuck this.
You've got to be joking. Another rage quit. Another one. Another rage quit.
Fuck it. Laggy fucking bullshit. Start me in a match. I'm full of lag. Already down. Fuck you, Treyarch. Fuck you fucking assholes. It's so stupid. They all just sit there camping with fucking sniper rifles. That's the whole. That's what I mean. That's why the Pines suck shit. The Pines is a terrible map. It's a waste of fucking time to play it. Yes, we're all just gonna sit here and just shoot entirely across the entire map the entire game. Fuck you.
And then dude, it's the same guy. Rage quit again. I made him rage quit again.
That was into his brain! What the fuck, Treyarch? Come on! Into his brain! No! Low damage. Very low damage shots. What a piece of shit.
The Italian, I don't know. That Italian is pretty damn salty.
Awful.
The worst final... They spawned me on the edge of the map, walking off the map. You got it.
They literally spawned me on the edge of the map walking off the map. Are you fucking serious?
What the fuck is wrong with this game? Alright, this is a waste of a game. There's no point in playing. What the fuck?
And by the way, after all that salt, 'cause that was a lot of salt, definitely need to use some gin.
Welcome to the late stream, and ladies and gentlemen, tonight is an important stream. Alright? Being very honest with all of you, being very upfront with you. Tonight is a very important stream, because tonight, on this very stream, we are going to determine the fate of Genshin Impact. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I received a $26.30 tip from Joyful Oblivion, who says, I'm still waiting for our Naughty Nightwear tips goal. That's very disturbing, Joyful Oblivion. No one wants to see me in my Naughty Nightwear. By the way, people already make fun of me for wearing pajama pants during the day, so technically I'm already wearing my nightwear during the daytime when I'm streaming sometimes. So you've already kind of seen it. There you go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be it for tonight. Thank you guys for a chill stream of Genshin. What I would say is, after tonight, I guess we can give it another shot. You guys were a good audience. We talked, we interacted. There wasn't people complaining constantly that the game sucked, which is good. And, you know, contributions were pretty good. Not gonna lie, it was pretty good. Overall, pretty good night, I would say. So I think that we'll give it another shot, right? We'll give it another shot later in the week as a late night stream. We'll see, you know, how it goes. I'm gonna be continuing on with the story and everything.
There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me. It's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Phil has indoctrinated children who send him money, blatantly milking for money. It's a money pit. It's gone, just gone like that. In an instant, fucking gone. I just care about money. That I just can't help it. By eBay. Contributions are mandatory, but I need your help. I am appealing directly to you. No decency, no respect, no common sense, no fucking maturity. Is the guy who just doesn't get reality.
All right, then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final video of the broadcast. Give me just a second to square up. We will reconvene for final thoughts, and I will let you guys go on with your day. I realized that the intro wasn't exactly normal either. It is what it is. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in just a second. Let's see. I usually close out with that. Let's close out with this one. First things first, thank you very much to Burnell. I very much appreciate it. And let's go ahead and what is this? It's the rundown / the breakdown / my final thoughts. So that is with that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see here. Exterminated Gout and Call of Gouty. It's just another day in the life. It's actually pretty funny. It was actually it's a little bit, like I said, it's the way he plays Call of Duty is kind of how he conducts his life in some ways, depending on how you want to look at it. At least that's what I've taken from it, because given the mistakes that he makes, it's not too far off from the mistakes that he makes in life too, to be honest with you. So you kind of get to see it on a different plane. Let's see here, $34 slow night. I mean, shit, he should be so glad that he got paid. You know what I'm saying? He probably made $100 plus the stream before, probably. So, you know, if you want to run around being an ungrateful bastard, then so be it. All my life I've rocked back and forth. Whatever. I don't know. Some weird ass quirk / coping mechanism. I don't know. He's doing it. He's been doing it forever though. And there's a lot of video evidence of that. I hate Ninja because he abuses and uses children to get money. Hello, Kettle. Me black. Phil's done all of that and worse. Like, so much worse, and he knows it. And he knows it. And let's see here, refunding a real tip. He's an idiot, and he's paranoid, so that came back to bite him in the worst possible way. And yet again, let's say, I would say that like 60% of people who have unverified accounts but have never caused Phil a problem and have sent him a tip, and Phil went ahead and refunded it back and blocked them, those people aren't going to come back. And also, why aren't we using the option of, okay, if you guys don't want to verify your PayPal account, then contribute to my PayPal? Why not? But because he's greedy and he's stupid and he can only see anything and everything in the short term, that it is what it is. Double vest, double whale night. Street Fighter was a good night for him, to say the least. And then he was running from Goji tanks all night, which is always hilarious. Let's see. Give money or I'll wage quit Genshin Impact. I mean, he might as well cut that game loose anyway. I don't even know why he's still playing it. I'm surprised he actually played in the first place. And 825 subs for Jeans. That's autistic as fuck. If he gets away with that, I'll have a good laugh at it, but that's pretty much all you can do. That's nothing to get mad about. That's just stupidity for the sake of being stupid. And destroyed in Call of Gouty. Oh my god. Cry calls whales, which it always does, but it won't be like that forever. It really won't. It really won't. Like, he is the pig who cried snort, and eventually he's gonna get into a situation where he's really gonna need the help. Like, he's gonna need that shit bad, and he's not gonna have anything there. The well's gonna already be dried up. The trough has already been emptied, and there was nothing to replenish it with. He's not thinking about that. I know he's not. And that shit's gonna come back and haunt you. It's hurt people, or it's come back to haunt people, certainly before Darkside fell. It'll do afterwards. And $68 save Genshin Impact for now. Yet again, I don't understand why he's even still playing that game. There are plenty of other games he can use for the chill stream, and that at only $68, that was kind of cheap if you ask me, but whatever, call it whatever you will. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it, and I will see you guys for the next and last broadcast of March, whenever that may be. Hopefully sooner than later. Oh man, I had a lot to say this time. That's a good thing, but I had a lot to say this time. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snort Report. This is DSP News, always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes, a GTG network of productions. For the Snort Report, as well as Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, I am your host / anchor GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves, guys, and I'll see you guys for the next one. Later, people.